All right, good evening, everybody. We will convene the September 25th meeting of the Garden Grove City Council. We did have a closed session. We came back. Madam Clerk, would you like to call roll?
Do you want to start with housing first?
I will, but I told her let's defer because I want to report out on closed session first.
All right. Councilmember O'Neill?
Here.
Councilmember Teeuwen? Here. Councilmember Bowie?
Here.
Councilmember Klopfenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Kaywen?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Beard?
Here.
And Mayor Jones?
Here. We did have a closed session item, and there was a reportable action. So during closed session, City Council authorized the city manager to execute an agreement on behalf of the city to toll the statute of limitations for claims between the County of Orange and City of Garden Grove regarding unpaid animal care services. So that's all there is to report out. Can I ask Maria to lead us in the invocation, and then Councilmember Bowie to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Dear Lord, we ask that you bless all who are gathered here this evening and the work that we seek to do. Help us to work in harmony as we strive to make the best decisions for our community. Purify our intentions, strengthen our purpose, and grant that in serving our community, we may serve you as well. Amen.
Amen.
Please raise your hand on your heart and repeat after me. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we will now recess to Housing Authority.
Madam Clerk, if we could call roll, please.
Commissioner Beard?
Here.
Commissioner Beckles?
Here.
Commissioner Bowie?
Here.
Commissioner Jones?
Here.
Commissioner Kaywen?
Here.
Commissioner O'Neill?
Here.
Commissioner Solario?
Here.
Vice Chair Teeuwen? Here. And Chair Klopfenstein?
Here. We start with oral communication, and I have no pink cards, so we'll move on to consent. I have 2 items: receive and file Housing Authority status report and receive and file minutes from the meeting held on August 28th. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote, please. Next, we have matters from Chair Commissioners.
Motion received, 9 yes votes.
Pardon me. Next, we have matters from Chair, Commissioners, or Director. Anyone have anything to say this evening? Okay, then we'll go ahead and adjourn. The next regular Housing Authority meeting will be Tuesday, October 23rd, 2018, here at the Community Meeting Center.
Okay, that takes us back to City Council, and for presentations, we do have 4 different items, so we'll start with 1A.
Item 1A is a community spotlight in recognition of Kingsley Okereke, Assistant City Manager, Finance Director, and Charles Khalil, Information Technology Director, for their careers with the City of Garden Grove, and Mr. Stiles will be giving the community spotlight.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I have the pleasure of recognizing 2 employees. We're going to be recognizing a number of city employees this evening for their long, dedicated service to the City of Garden Grove. I get to share some information with you about 2 employees that have report directly to me: our Assistant City Manager and our Finance Director, and also our Information Technology Director. So tonight, I'd like to say the Garden Grove City Council is pleased to honor Assistant City Manager and Finance Director Kingsley Okereke, who retires from the city after 15 years of managing the city's financial interests. Would Assistant City Manager and Finance Director Kingsley Okereke please come forward? Kingsley obtained a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in business administration from the John F. Kennedy University in Orinda, California. In addition, he received 34 postgraduate units in accounting, finance, and taxation from Cal State Hayward, and he's a licensed certified public accountant. Kingsley began his career with the City of Garden Grove in 2003 as finance director. He assisted the city manager with planning, organizing, and directing the preparation, implementation, and control of the city's budget. During the dissolution of the city's redevelopment agency from 2012 to 2015, Kingsley also oversaw the Economic Development Department efforts in the city. In 2014, Kingsley was concurrently appointed to Assistant City Manager. He assumed responsibility for all city operations during the absence of the city manager. Kingsley also assisted the city manager in the development and implementation of city goals, objectives, policies, and priorities. Included in Kingsley's many accomplishments with the city are recognition from the Government Finance Officers Association with multiple Certificate of Achievement awards for excellence in financial reporting, the city's AAA, the city's A+ bond rating remains in place, and chairing the city's Committee for Operations and Organizational Policy for 13 years, creating internal policies with management of various departments. And I will say Kingsley and his wife have 4 accomplished children. His 2 older daughters are pursuing their professional careers right now. His son is playing football as a senior at Stanford University, and he just had the pleasure of taking his youngest daughter to Harvard University, where she's starting college this fall. So at this time, the mayor and city council would like to present Kingsley Okereke with an award and a resolution of commendation in recognition and appreciation of his 15 years of dedicated service to the city of Garden Grove and its residents. We wish him the very best retirement has to offer. So congratulations, Kingsley.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Steve, do you mind if I stand up?
Get out of here. I love you, Kingsley. Go, Kingsley. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stiles, for those kind words. I'm not going to give a long budget speech tonight. But I just want to say that it's been a privilege to serve here in Garden Grove. The council, the citizens of Garden Grove, and the management and my colleagues, it's really been a great pleasure, and in fact, I repeat that, a privilege to be part of this city. And I will cherish those 15 years experience for a long time. But it's time, and to move on to something else. And that's what I'm doing. And I will always visit. So if you see somebody in the background there, it's me. And I will be watching the budget very closely. I think the city is in good hands. And I really feel, again, I use the word very privileged to have been part of this community and provide service to the citizens of this community. I thank you so much. I promised it would be short, so I'll keep it that way.
Okay, and next, the Garden Grove City Council is honored to recognize an accomplished city veteran who retires from the city after 25 years of working to enhance technologies in Garden Grove. Would Information Technology Director Charles Khalil please come forward? Charles has always had a passion for public service. At age 18, he worked for the city of Buena Park as a Parks and Recreation leader. After studying management information systems at Cal State Fullerton, Charles became a full-time programmer. Charles began his 25-year career with the city of Garden Grove in 1993 as a senior programmer analyst in the Information Systems Division under the Finance Department. When Charles was hired, the city had less than 10 personal computers with no network.
Now we have 11.
He was part of a team that researched and administered the first PC network for the city. In 1994, Charles helped implement a network based on both open source software and internet protocols. During this time, the city went through a transformation from a city behind the times in technology to one being recognized as a pioneering leader. In 2000, Charles was appointed to Information Systems Manager. After 6 years, he was promoted to Information Technology Director, and the Information Systems Division became the new Information Technology Department. Charles's dedication and skills led the Information Technology Department to achieve major goals, including the implementation of the open source software, upholding the principles of accessibility and transparency, and redesigning the city's website to stay compliant with the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. While working to enhance and improve public services available online, Charles also volunteered his time with organizations like the Municipal Information Systems Association of California, the Orange County Law Enforcement Information Technology Association, Orange County Linux Users Group, and the Kiwanis Club of Greater Garden Grove. Charles' knowledge and expertise will remain integral to the Information Technology Department's success. His sustained contributions and pushing forward modern technology practices for the betterment of the community have made him a valued part of the city. Charles, who was born in Ohio, is an avid fan of the Ohio State Buckeyes football team. He plans to, pains me to say that. He plans to travel with his wife Anita and go to their games. At this time, the mayor and city council would like to present Charles Khalil with an award and a resolution of commendation in recognition and appreciation of his 25 years of dedicated service to the city of Garden Grove. We wish him countless fulfillment in the future years ahead. Congratulations.
One, two, three. Yay.
When I came to Garden Grove 25 years ago, people told me that it would become a family. And it was hard because I was at Buena Park 12 years before I came here. But those words rang true. Garden Grove truly is a family. We work together. You know, we're a city that doesn't always have a lot of resources, so we all roll up our sleeves, work hard together. And people are very, very there's a strong community within the organization, and it's one of the things that has kept me here and kept me motivated. I do enjoy public service, and it's a privilege to serve the public in this way, and I was mostly privileged to have such an incredibly talented staff. I've always bragged I'm maybe the 10th or 11th smartest person in my department, but I will tell you that you are being left in very great and capable hands. This department will not just go on as well. They will improve, they will get better, and they will serve you even stronger. Just a short little funny story. When I was working in Parks and Rec, my mom had encouraged me to get into my field as I was going to school. And I told her, I go, Mom, they're not going to hire me. She goes, you don't know until you ask. So just to get her off my back, I decided I'd call somebody and ask if they had any openings. Turns out they did, but I said they're not going to hire me because the only language I know is something they use in school called BASIC. So I went and I asked them, what is your programming environment? And they said BASIC. I was shocked, but I bring that up because that's the environment that we're replacing our ERP system. We still have that environment here at Garden Grove. So just to give you an idea of how old it is, I was in college saying it was old back then. So I congratulate you on your very, very smart decision to go forward with the new ERP system. Thank you.
Thank you. More spotlights, 1B.
1B is Community Spotlight in recognition of city employees Carlos Batista, Marty Carroll, Teresa Casey, Patricia Hayes, Hen Pham, and Chris Wassinger for their service to the city of Garden Grove.
Last but not least, the Garden Grove City Council bids a fond farewell to a distinguished group of individuals who have dutifully served the community of Garden Grove. Although their shoes may be impossible to fill, they leave great examples and a wealth of knowledge for others. The City Council is pleased to honor the following multi-year retirees present tonight. Marty Carroll. Marty, please come forward. Marty was hired as a recreation specialist in 1985. She transferred to the Human Resources Department in 1990 as a personnel technician. Marty promoted to senior administrative aide in 1977, and in 2011, she returned to Community Services Department as an assistant supervisor. In the Human Resources Department, Marty coordinated the city's rideshare program, took pride in organizing the annual share fair for employees to meet health benefit representatives. In the Community Services Department, Marty served on the Moving Wall Committee and helped transform the Garden Grove Sports and Recreation Center into a Vietnam War museum. For the past 5 years, Marty has overseen the Community Meeting Center and the Courtyard Center. In 2016, she led the renovation of the two facilities and the Community Meeting Center's 40th anniversary and rededication. I'd now like to call forward Teresa Casey to join Marty. Marty and Teresa are very good friends. They go way, way back. Teresa, in 1980, joined the Garden Grove family as a part-time recreation specialist in the Community Services Department. 5 years later, she moved up to senior recreation leader. Teresa became a full-time eligibility counselor in the Housing Authority Division in 1992 and was promoted to senior housing specialist in 2003. In the Housing Authority Division, Teresa negotiated rents throughout the county, counseled tenants and landlords, prepared federal data transmissions to HUD, kept up on regulations that affected the inspection team, and supervised staff. Now, I'd like to call Carlos Batista forward to join Marty and Teresa. After serving 5 years in the United States Army's 82nd Airborne Division as a sergeant, Carlos was hired by the Garden Grove Police Department as a police recruit in 1990. After completing the police academy, he became full-time with the department. In 1994, Carlos was selected to the Honor Guard, where he served with distinction and leadership for over 24 years. In 1995, Carlos was assigned to the Flower Kensington Neighborhood Improvement Team to reduce crime and build community relations between the neighborhood residents and the police department. Carlos was promoted to Master Officer in 1997. In 2001, he worked with his canine partner, Bronco, for 2 years. And after Bronco retired, Carlos worked with his new canine partner, Cisco, for several years. As a canine handler, he served as the Orange County Police Canine Association president for 2 years. In 2004, Carlos promoted to corporal. Included in his numerous community commendations are Certificate of Recognition, Special Recognition, and Class B Commendation. Now, I'd like to call forward Patricia Hayes to join retirees. Patricia began her impressive career with the City of Garden Grove in 1973. So you're probably our longest, most
Most of you weren't even being
experienced employee. And so Patricia started her career in 1973 as a part-time lifeguard instructor. She became a full-time park maintenance worker in 1979. In 1981, Patricia moved up to senior park maintenance worker, where she served in that capacity for 8 years. Patricia became a field services foreman in 1989 and was promoted to public works supervisor in 2006. Patricia is a state-certified chemical application and playground safety inspector. She is an advocate for the environment and supports water conservation and native plant usage. In her spare time, Patricia enjoys gardening, competition swimming, and water polo. Congratulations. And now I'd like to call forward Hen Pham to join our retirees. Hen was born in Saigon, Vietnam. He came to the United States in 1980 and began working for Floor Daniel as a reprographics operator. Hen earned his associate's degree in automotive technology from Santa Ana College and in printing technology from Fullerton College. Hen started his career with the city as a part-time reprographics equipment operator in 1990. He was hired full-time in 2000 as a senior reprographics equipment operator. Hen was the city's only press operator and was responsible for completing all high-volume print jobs. Congratulations, Hen. And finally, Chris Wassinger, please come forward. Chris began his career with the Garden Grove Police Department as a part-time reserve officer in 1989. He became a full-time police officer in 1990 and began working patrol. In 1991, Chris was assigned to bike patrol. And in 2003, he was selected to work as a motor officer in the neighborhood traffic unit, where he became the unit's accident investigator. Chris was promoted to master officer in 2005, and in 2009 transferred to the general investigations unit as a burglary detective, where he was selected as the voice stress analysis administrator. In 2010, Chris moved up to corporal, where he transferred to the Crimes Against Persons unit. As a detective, he worked on felony assaults, burglary, robbery, and homicide. In 2016, Chris transferred back to patrol. During his time with the Garden Grove Police Department, Chris has had many duties and responsibilities, such as field training officer, range safety officer, and firearms instructor. Included in his numerous community commendations are Certificate of Recognition, Medal of Courage, Certificate of Appreciation, Class B Commendation, Traffic Unit Citation, Class A Commendation, and Officer of the Quarter. Congratulations, Chris. At this time, the mayor and city council would like to express their deepest appreciation and present each of these seasoned veterans with an award and certificate of recognition and appreciation of the extraordinary years of service to the city. We wish you all the best retirement has to offer. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah? Wow, cool.
One, two.
2, 3.
You two aren't done yet. Chris, you were supposed to start vacation next week, not tonight. So I couldn't let this get away, obviously, without saying a few words, so I'd like to do that in front of everybody. First of all, this is a bittersweet moment for me because we grew up together. 28, 29 years, whatever it's been for both of you. We've watched each other. We started out as young men together, and now you can see what we've become. Nice beard. I want to say thank you for everything that you've given to this police department. We are a family, and I think we talk about that a lot. We're definitely a family. We're very tight. And with that being said, it's I know what this job takes. 28 years, 29 years doing this job, it takes its toll on you. So I want to personally thank you for your leadership. I want to thank you for your loyalty. And I want to thank you for your commitment, not just to the city, not just to the police department, but to the public that you serve. You've done an outstanding job over the years, and you are definitely going to be missed. So enjoy your retirement. I love you both, and good luck. I have your retirement badges here, so that's what I want to give you, because these are important. So here you go. Congratulations.
I appreciate the little moment here. It's funny, 28 years I've been here, and I kind of sent an email out to the department. At 16 years old, I went on my first ride-along with my uncles, who were Alley County deputy sheriffs. I grew up in Alley County, and that was my whole dream, to be an Alley County deputy sheriff. When I got out of the military in 1990, they weren't hiring. I put applications out everywhere. First one I got was from Garden Grove, inviting me to physical agility, and it was funny, because the only thing I knew of Orange County was Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, and Huntington Beach. That was it. Had no idea. Had to look at it, and back then we had the Thomas Guide, not Google Maps, so I had to look it up and found out where Garden Grove was. Didn't know nothing about it, but I wanted to get my foot in the door. I figured I'd, lateral later or whatever, but that didn't happen. I came here, got through the hiring process, and this city, we talk about that family. It was mentioned here, not just in the department. I think this whole city is like a family. And it was welcoming, so there was no way I was going to leave. I mean, even though the excitement and everything was fun, and when you're a young officer, that's exactly what you want. But it wasn't because of that I stayed. It was because of this family atmosphere we have. And the way I always remember, learning from senior officers, and when we went out there and handled our calls and stuff, you always treat every citizen the way you would want your family treated. And I always try to carry that through my whole career of treating every citizen contact I made as, even though the call may be mundane to me, to them it was the most important thing at that time. It was mentioned also about being on the honor guard. To me, I stayed on that honor guard the whole time. It was an honor when I actually got to take over and run the daily operations, but because I believe so much in the family, in the history of it, I always made sure that one thing when we had a former officer that retired and had passed away, I always made sure I always reached out to that family, because the one thing I always remember, we may have our differences, as any family does, but to that personal officer's family, that was the greatest thing that officer did for this city. So I always made sure I reached out and offered every accolade that the Honor Guard could offer to that family. And that's how much it means to me. So it's going to be very hard to leave here, but at least, I've made many friends. I'm still going to keep in touch. I'll come to the retirement luncheons, and I'll get to catch up. But once again, it's been an honor and a privilege to have worked in this city. Thank you very much.
You sure you want to go behind that, Chris?
First off, I want to thank everybody, City Council, the Chief, the Fire Chief, and my command staff and officers that came here, and the fire department that came to say goodbye to me. I grew up in the city. I moved here in 1977. I graduated from Rancho Alamitos High School, and I've been here ever since. I've raised 7 kids, two or stepkids in the city, got them through high school and out to college and on their world. When I heard on, my chief, Todd, over here, was working Yucca Sage in what was the old Team 3, the east end of town, and I think he had a whopping 12 months or 14 months on me. We've come through a lot together with the guy standing behind us. It will be missed, the camaraderie, the family, but it's time to move on. So I want to thank everybody, and I'll see you around town.
Okay, 1C is an update on the OC streetcar branding concepts as presented by OCTA. Maybe we'll wait just 1 second for people to clear, yeah.
Quick note, Mr. Mayor, Chris and I went to high school together at Rancho Alamitos.
Yeah, well.
So I'm glad I didn't run into him all those years because he was a police officer.
We won't take it personal.
I've got to switch it. Yeah. It's okay.
Enjoy retirement.
Don't we have some up here?
No?
Hello.
Go ahead.
Thanks for coming. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. We thought everyone was here for the OC streetcar, so we won't take it personal. Good evening. My name is Kelly Hart. I'm the Deputy Project Manager for OC Streetcar at the Orange County Transportation Authority. For those of you that may not be familiar, or for the members of the public, the OC streetcar is a roughly 4.15 mile modern streetcar line that will operate through the cities of Santa Ana and Garden Grove, starting at the Santa Ana Regional Transportation Center, through Santa Ana Boulevard up the Pacific Electric right-of-way, up to Harbor and Westminster in the city of Garden Grove. We are very excited to be here this evening and to share with you the proposed vehicle designs. Before we get to the presentation, we just wanted to give you a brief update on where we stand with the project. So in July, OCTA selected Siemens Industries to provide the 8 streetcar vehicles needed to operate the 7 days a week service. One of their first tasks is to coordinate with OCTA on what the exterior of the vehicles will look like, and that's what we're here today to present to you all. I wanted to also share a couple other quick key project updates. At Monday's OCTA board meeting, OCTA awarded the construction contract to Walsh Construction Company, and we expect to break ground this fall. Earlier this month, we received our final funding allocation from the Federal Transit Administration, so that was a very exciting milestone for the project. And then in November, we will be releasing our request for proposals to an operations and maintenance contractor. We'll definitely be returning to the city at your request, probably pretty frequently, with more details on the construction process, including the construction schedule. So again, thank you to the mayor, to the council, and to the city manager and staff for your ongoing support of the project. And with that, I will turn it over to Stella Lynn, our marketing manager, to walk through the vehicle designs for the project.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members, Stella Lynn, Marketing and Manager at OCTA. It's a great pleasure to be here tonight to share with you the design option for the OC streetcar exterior vehicle, and we would like to hear your input and feedback as well. The overall goal of the design is to create a branded identity for the OC streetcar to position the streetcar as a new modern transportation option for Orange County. And we began by reviewing our current OCTA branding guidelines to ensure a consistency across all of OCTA. And we also reviewed the vehicle layout, which is approved by our board as Siemens S70 models, that we want to make sure some of the area identified on this slide will be avoided to ensure the cost effectiveness of maintenance. And we also review other streetcar across the country. This is from Atlanta, and this from Charlotte, Portland, Salt Lake City, and St. Paul, Tucson. So with all this review, we have developed a set of criteria to frame the development process of the design. We want to make sure the design is affordable, the design is easy to maintain, replace, repair, is highly visible for safety reasons, and it also has brand consistency across all of OCTA. We want to convey Orange County unique personality, and it has to accommodate advertising to make sure that it won't degrade the OC streetcar branding. So with those considerations, we have final 3 options here to share with you tonight. This is design number 1 option. As you can see, this has a lot of vibrant colors, and we also streamline the design of the light blue from the top to the bottom of the vehicles. And the design, the graphic, we want to showcase the movement and motion across the whole vehicle. And we want to show you a view with this design with advertising on the vehicle. Those are placeholder only. In the future, we will discuss how we're going to use the vehicle space to sell more advertising to generate revenue. And here's the 3D rendering of the design option number 1 with the matched stop design of the streetcar. And here is the look with the advertising on the vehicle. And we also have animation here to show the streetcar in action. And here's our design number 2. It's very similar to the design number 1, except the bottom is white color versus the light blue. And here's the view with the advertising, a 3D rendering, and animation, and animation. And here's a design number 3. This simple option focuses the design on top of the vehicles, and where it will experience less damages, making it easier to maintain, more cost-effective as well. In addition, because the design on top of the vehicle, it also leaves us more space to generate advertising revenue on the rest of the vehicles. Here's the view with the ads. 3D. So today we have conducted our public outreach with those 3 options and have received more than 4,000 feedback from our general public and stakeholders. We are in the process of getting them all put together and trying to put together a final recommendation going back to our board in November, and then we'll submit the final design recommendation to the Siemens, our manufacturer. So this is where we are today, and this concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for coming in and giving us that presentation. Any questions? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 1D.
Item 1D is information regarding economic consequences related to earthquakes, as presented by Chris Nance, Chief Communications Officer of the California Earthquake Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Most importantly, congratulations to your colleagues for their distinguished careers. Okay, for those of us in the earthquake business, we know earthquakes could happen anywhere, anytime. It's not a matter of if, rather it's a matter of when. Unfortunately, they're out of sight, out of mind. They don't happen that frequently. So that's why we're here, to help you help your constituencies here know more about earthquakes, because as we say at the California Earthquake Authority, it could happen today. Most Californians live within 30 miles of an active earthquake fault. You can see your area there. Probably no persuasion needed to help you understand the number of faults that you have in your area. Clearly, the risk is real. Scientists will say there's a chance of a magnitude 6.7 or greater earthquake somewhere throughout California in the next 30 years. Actually, it's greater than 99%. They say 30 years because that's the duration of a traditional mortgage. And a 6.7, you might remember, was the magnitude for the Northridge earthquake. Here in Southern California, there's a 75% chance of a magnitude 7.0 earthquake. It's important to note, in case you didn't know already, the numerals don't look that different, but the intensity for the shaking indeed is very different. To move from a 6.7 to a 7.0, you're looking at an earthquake 3 times greater. Here are active faults in your area. What scientists are telling us now, and the California Earthquake Authority, we'll talk more about our organization in a moment, but what scientists have learned recently is that ruptures are no longer contained to a fault. Rather, it could start with a fault and extend throughout an entire fault system. We could talk for a long time about the fault system you have in your region here, but you can get a quick glimpse at some of the active faults. What you'll see here is a supercomputer simulation of a rupture on the southern San Andreas. We've accelerated the duration of this, but you'll get a sense for how scientists see potential for earthquakes. So you can see there the blue stars, your city. And what we would advise here is don't look only to the area in red. This entire region is going to feel strong shaking. An important part of our conversation here is to talk about how earthquake insurance works. We're not here to sell it. That's not what we do. Rather, it's our goal to help you understand how it works. We know that while we hear frequently from people that they think the government will bail them out should they have damage to their house. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Government assistance generally comes in 2 forms, a grant and a loan. A grant is capped at $33,000. The average grant for Northridge was a whopping $1,500. Fast forward to the American Canyon, also known as the the Napa earthquake a few years ago. The average grant there was $2,670. That's hardly enough to rebuild a badly damaged house. If not a grant, then there are loans available as well, capped at $200,000 for houses, $40,000 for renters, and that's something you have to pay back. I will tell you anecdotally, I was in a cab a couple of years ago on my way out to LAX, and the driver was just asking me about what I did for a living. So I told him, earthquakes. And he said, oh, coincidentally, I'm still paying off my loan from Northridge. It was just a couple of years ago. We hear all the time that people think their residential policy covers earthquake damage. It's not true. You're probably reading in headlines similarly about flood damage throughout the East Coast these days. Last year in Texas, people bemoaning the fact that they recently canceled their policy or never thought to purchase one. It's a dear price to pay when your house is damaged without those resources to help pay for repairs. We also hear all the time that earthquake insurance is too expensive, that the deductibles are too high. And we believe internally that that's simply not true. Now, earthquake insurance is not free, and we'll show you exactly how that works, but not without first saying that the California Earthquake Authority is a not-for-profit organization. We were created by the legislature. You may remember back in the mid-'80s, the legislature moved to require home insurance companies to offer earthquake coverage if they sold home insurance, which they took up. Then along came Northridge, and the cost of that damage was overwhelming, so much so that many of those companies said, we're not going to offer earthquake insurance anymore. Well, the legislature said, well, if you're not going to offer earthquake, then you can't sell home insurance. Some of you may remember that in the late 90s. A crisis ensued, and so the legislature created us, the California Earthquake Authority. We come with a governing board that consists of 3 statewide elected officials, the governor, insurance commissioner, and state treasurer. We have non-voting members, the Assembly Speaker, Senate Rules Chair. We have over 1 million policyholders, and we're focused on education, mitigation, and insurance. Education's a top priority. That's why we're here this evening. We hear often that we don't have enough money to pay claims. There's confusion around what the numbers look like. When you see information about total earthquake damage, you may see $300 billion in damage. And then you look at claim paying capacity by the CEA, it's $16.9 billion. And you wonder, how the heck can we cover all of our claims? Well, in fact, we're only on the hook for those who have a policy. And as you can see here, if the Loma Prieta earthquake reoccurred today, we could pay with cash. We could pay with cash similarly if the Northridge earthquake reoccurred. We have reinsurance. That's insurance for insurance companies. Frankly, we spend about $300 million a year on reinsurance. That's our insurance policy to cover our policyholder insurance policies. We don't worry about whether we can cover claims. Rather, we worry about not being able to help people who are not able to file one. So we want to talk a little bit about how the policy generally works, but not without reminding people that the way it works generally is based, well, not generally, specifically focused on your cost to rebuild. It's not the appraised value. The cost to rebuild is what you see on your insurance policy, and that has increased by 170% over the last 20 years. We've maintained and frankly reduced rates during that period of time. Real quickly, want to point out how this policy has changed. The legislature created it back when we were formed 22 years ago. We've modified it since. Frankly, it's a policy where people choose what they want, how much they want to pay. The deductible is not something you have to pay when you arrive to file a claim. Rather, we simply cut a check for the difference. And loss of use up to $100,000. Frankly, $1,500 these days, how long could you last on $1,500 if you're not able to live in your house? So now you can choose, and I want to show you real quickly how this works and would invite you to do so yourself. So what you see here is what we know to be the average cost to rebuild for this zip code, $320,000. That's where the policy starts. That's what's at stake if an earthquake takes away that house as a result of total damage. Number of stories, 1, it's on a slab. So generally, at 15%, you're looking at $550 a year, 5%, $979, 25%, $375. Again, that policy is not free. We'll let you decide whether you think that's too expensive. What we would say is, at any price here, that's less to pay than a 100% deductible should you not have coverage and have major damage. Over 1 million policies in force, as we've mentioned. And finally, again, we don't sell it. These companies do, per the legislature, per these companies' decisions to offer ours rather than cover the exposure on their own. And these companies collectively represent about 80% of the total residential market. That's it. Any questions?
Scary stuff. Any questions? Okay, thank you for taking the time to come here and give us that little.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, that takes us on to oral communications. We do have several cards, starting with Tony Flores.
Thank you, Mayor, council, staff. I'm Tony Flores. I sent you folks a package earlier this afternoon. Hopefully you had a chance to take a look at it, and if you haven't, well, follow me anyway. We were at a Meet the Candidates event that the Garden Grove Neighborhood Association put on. They did an excellent job. At that forum, Mayor, you were talking about transparency being, let's see here, transparency is paramount. Those are your words. Let's talk about transparency. I've been asking for a 1997 harassment discrimination study that was done back when, that the then chief and the then city manager have memos there from both of them about the harassment of women and discrimination of minorities in the then Garden Grove Police Department. The city responded twice that they don't have the records. Yet the chief and the manager have memos saying that there's a study going on, an audit, but it was never given to the public. We don't have it. We then move on to item 2, the DA's investigation that was done regarding that Broadwater Barlag deal, where you folks gave the Fire Chief Barlag a pretty sweet deal, and the DA's office basically said you folks violated the Brown Act. It also had recommendations in there too, which you folks have not implemented or followed, at least what I've been told so far, but we don't get information, so I really wouldn't know. On October of 2016, I was trying to do a PowerPoint presentation. Been plenty of folks that have done PowerPoint presentations before and since, but not on mine. Mine had to do with a high crime rate. I was turned down. You folks basically violated my First Amendment rights, Mr. Bui, Mr. Jones, Mr. Beard. But in that presentation, not only was I just talking about the shortfalls we had regarding our police enforcement, the number of officers on the streets, but there were also solutions and some options in there that we could be using that may offset or forego or bypass this Measure O that you folks are trying to push onto the public. Again, you folks did not allow me to share information. Transparency is not paramount. On the 4th item, the Fleet Management Fund, I've been asking for about 2 years now, maybe 2.5. Did a study on that from the what you folks call the CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Finance Report. 2003 to 2016, it's grown from around 4 million to over 37 million. We could be using that, some of that is seed money to get more officers on the street. Not saying that's the end all, but when I asked for the information on it, not received. So far we're at 4 items. Let's go to the 5th item. The study that was done, the survey, in 2017, there was a survey that was done where you folks were asking the public about their opinion on what they wanted as far as police, homelessness, et cetera, et cetera. I've asked for that. I went to the city said that they don't have it, that the folks that did the survey had it. Went to those folks, they said they don't have it, the city has it. I've asked for it in the public records request, never received it. Transparency, you folks are falling short on, horribly, at least in my case, and this is all documented information. You folks have seen the emails on it. Nothing I'm making up, nothing I'm manufacturing. So as far as transparency being paramount, I think you're off on that, Mayor. You probably need to revisit that and take a harder look. Let's have a conversation on that. As far as Measure O, a lot of meetings are being scheduled to push this. It appears to be propaganda at this point. If Measure O is so great, we have to ask ourselves what happened to Measure H in 2000, Measure N in 2002, Measure Y in 2012. All of these were said to bring more public safety onto our streets, and we've not done it. It looks like there's a mismanagement of funds. Again, we're asking for the information on it, but we've not received it, so we really can't have an educated conversation until we receive the information. Or unless you want to hide that information, then we understand. But the Measure O, you folks are keep touting that it's going to be great, it's going to put cops on the street, et cetera, et cetera. You haven't done it with the first few measures. I don't know how you're going to do it with this one. Also, too, you talk about this oversight committee. I'd like to know what government code gives this oversight committee teeth. Does anybody know what that government code is? Have you guys looked at that yet? Probably not, huh? Well, when you do, can we get a copy of that particular government code that's going to give this committee some teeth on it? And if we need an oversight committee, why do we need you council members? You're elected to watch over our best financial interests. That's what you're here for. Are you guys with me? Okay. So you guys need to take a look at that. If that's what you're here for, then we don't really need this. If you folks are watching out for our best financial interests, we don't need an oversight committee. But it looks good, feels good, smells good out there to the public, but when the public starts looking at it, it's actually nonsense. Any case, you folks have some work ahead of you. You've got my emails. Even though I don't get any responses, I'm going to keep sending them. Thanks for your time.
Julian.
Oh, hello. And, well, my name is Julian, and I just wanted to, this is the first time I actually do a speech like this, representing myself individually. But anyways, I'm a resident in District Number 6, Ms. Nguyen. This is the first time I get to see you in person. Good to see you. And this is in regards to the letters that you guys sent out to the houses, and the previous speaker mentioned it, where it appears that the city's having trouble balancing the budget here because the state's taking money out. Is that correct? And then you guys sent out the next letter of Measure O, I think he said, where it was a tax increase or something like that. Is that correct?
Just for context, oral communications is just one way. It's you come up and tell us whatever you want to tell us. It's not,
so you guys can't answer the question.
Sorry, just for protocol, that's how it works.
Well, then I guess I'll just leave my thoughts. If it is an increase on taxes that we have to pay out to the city to balance the budget here because the state government can't balance it up there, I'm here to express disappointment and disapproval of that. I strongly recommend you guys to contact the state legislature, Jerry Brown, and to get it under control, because this state has billions of dollars. I mean, we have the biggest port of the Pacific Ocean and the Americas right here in LA County, and billions of dollars flow through here. So I think it's just mind-blowing that we can't fund something like police officers. That's what was on the table. And yeah, that's my main concern at this time. And I'm going to direct myself to Ms. Nguyen because you're my representative. But with more energy, I would encourage you to contact Governor Brown. I was reading a little bit, and you were actually endorsed by Lau Correa. So I see that you guys are on like the same team, Democrat. So maybe that will ease communication, and hopefully you can reach out to him and tell him, one, get the budget under control, and then because we're paying the plate here, and well, I mean, the reason, my main motive why I came out here is because at age 21, I've learned that every penny counts. If you're missing a penny, you can't complete that $1. 99 cents is not $1, right? So I have to take care of my pennies, each and every one of them, as much as I can. So even if it's just 1 cent increase, that's a lot of money at the end of the year. I mean, it's just how, you guys might know that's how it works. But apart from that, thank you for listening, and I really, really will be following up on that issue because yeah, I mean, the other thing that frustrated us very much from the state was the very aggressive gas tax that was approved. I think that was very outrageous, and my father actually got to experience the burn when we paid the car registrations this year. That's a killer, and I was talking to my neighbors too, and they're like, well, what's going on? And we're like, well, I don't know, we got to involve ourselves more politically. That's why I'm here, because if we don't complain, the state keeps going and going. But apart from that, again, thank you for your time, and thank you guys for your service. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Raber.
I'm back. Hi, and my name is Tom Raber. I live in West Garden Grove. It's the little island 11.4 miles away from here. And I was going to start my little speech on right away from the get-go, but my heart was so full of Garden Grove, that we're all family, that the staff is family, the police are family, the fire department is family. That's awesome. So picture in your mind that your mom, your dad, your grandmother, and your grandfather has a house, and next door, there's construction being done, and that contractor or contractors are leaving their vehicles on the sidewalk, and both of the gates open. So think about that. So under the California Vehicle Code, Division 11, Chapter 9, 22500, Sub F, you cannot park on a sidewalk. That's a pedestrian right-of-way. You cannot block the sidewalk with a gate. That's a pedestrian right-of-way. That's item number one. Item number two is 10.56.115, the RV parking. You can park an RV in Garden Grove as long as you do one thing. Get a permit under your house and park in front of your house. But the problem is, the police have no idea what to do. I went Wednesday to the police station. I talked to the lieutenant. Basically, he told me about the sidewalk is none of their problem. He told me that the RV is not their problem. He told me to go to the city hall. It was their problem. But yet, the sidewalk is under a California Vehicle Code. So I don't understand. So I go to city hall. Those people there don't even want to talk to me. David Denton was not there. So they pull Pete out. Pete's a 2-month employee, has no idea about sidewalks, has no idea about 10.56.115. He's telling me that they can park any place they want to, and they have 72 hours to move. So it's a vicious circle. For me, as a resident of Garden Grove, to go to the police station, which should handle that job, to tell them to go to City Hall, and then City Hall has no idea what they're doing. Vicious. How many times do I have to come here about the sidewalk? Now, I'll give you a little story. Right now, they just got done finishing the gas for this new multi-million-dollar home. Okay? Gate was open yesterday. I did not call. Because who am I supposed to call? Today it was open, and then the contractor came. Just so you know, I'm on record right here. I'm not mad at the contractor, and I'm not mad at the owner of the new house. I'm ticked off at the city. So the contractor parks his truck, walks across the street, pushes the gate back into their property. Simple, isn't it? So picture that your mother, your dad lives next door, and the sidewalk's always blocked. Now let's talk about City Hall. Me being a citizen of the United States and a resident of Garden Grove, if I walk into City Hall, they should not have to go ahead and call somebody behind the counter to come out and talk to me. Okay? That's being done. Second of all, if I choose to go to the 3rd floor and talk to Pam, I do not want David Dent to come upstairs and ask me why I'm on the 3rd floor. I have the right to be on the 3rd floor if I want to be on the 3rd floor. And for him to tell me to leave the building. I'm telling you right now, I'm really ticked off. And if I have to drive to Sacramento to talk about this bullshit, I will. Thank you. But don't forget, we're all family here. Bye.
Craig Durfee.
My name's Craig Durfee, and for the new council, I go way back when, since '56. But I had a son with autism, and I just started to come to our council, and I was green behind the ears of government and legislation. And with the willing of help of our police chief Polsar, we made a change in California. You have the right for autism, your family, to speak to your chief, Todd, about concerns and input for training. That's number one. Number two, back 4 years ago, I decided to go around and make a storm about bicycles. And the city manager at the time, your historic member, said no way, adamant about it. I got Chris Beard, I got the Honorable Mayor, and one other councilman saying, yes, it's $200,000. Where are you going to come off the tree to get $200,000? But it went through, and then it had its stall. So I had to bring some of my friends in from the SAC, Michelle Martinez, and the very finest writer in San Clemente, and they came and finished it. Now we're at the point that we're getting options. When I seen the completion process of $500,000 for the U.S. Forest, $1 million to move the first phase, you've got something that will bring downtown Main Street alive. But here's the thing. You have a problem. That one sales tax, I support, but that's not what's going to save you in the city. Before you, each one has the documents. Take time to learn from those. You have the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. You have the Foundation on Education. You have the Orange County Business Council with Mrs. Dunn. You know her, right, sir? I know her personally way back when. And I got a hold of her, and she didn't know in that document you should pull out. You have a vocational education committee of the community. And this community has a right to have input in the education process. And across America, they're not teaching college like they should. And they're not teaching the high school students the way they should. And they've got it to where some are doing it. And it's called a trade skill certificate. They come out with an apprenticeship, and they're making $80,000 or six figures as a welder. You have in the document, if you wish the city manager to read it, it says you need to maintain what you have. You have Bob's Automotive that is unhappy. And when you start doing that, and you're not paying attention to what you got in your sales dollars, and you don't replace that workforce in your community with education and vocational education, you're flat out broke, you're bankrupt. So I would encourage you to listen to my letter. I met with my councilman. I'm asking you to put on the agenda, and let's create a industry/workforce education committee that will have input of all the different entities. And let's get one school and high school here in Orange County, especially Garden Grove, that will have a tech high school. They will be filtered out to their academic and their score and their attendance, and they will get the college education at a high school level, and it's done across America. That's the first thing you want to do. I will support you for the 1 cent, but that's not going to solve your problem. And so I would encourage you also to get a legislative committee, ad hoc committee of your members of council, because I'm talking to legislators. I have a letter from White House, 2 of them. I have a letter from Harris on education. I advise Congress, I advise state. I'm very busy retired, and I have the respect. When I wrote a letter for you, when you were losing that $1 million because of the right-of-way issue with the 25-year and the 5, I got on and wrote a letter. And OCTA said, in their own words, the letter did the trick, and I get a call from Caltrans, and they're willing to work with me. I had started this back when, and I have officers, sir, of the council that, hey, Craig, where's the bicycle? One of the officers, Master Sergeant LAPD, lives here. Hey, Craig, I owe it to the community. I started something, and I really don't come here. I'm busy with Congress, I'm busy with other things, because I'm writing legislation, I'm changing the way we do things in life, and I'm coming to say that if you're going to save Garden Grove, then you need to get out and find out what the business people want, like you did the survey for 10 minutes, twice to me, for the penny, and become knowledgeable of what the Orange County indicator of 2017 is, and the other documents about workforce development, because that's the heartbeat of America now. The Chamber of Commerce in Texas got in there and retrained with corporation money to change the school system. And they're wanting to invest, but you've got to offer something that can come to the city of Garden Grove. And if you don't pay attention to what you have, and you don't replace the workforce, you're not going to have any sales dollars. It's documented from Orange County Business Council. Just pay attention to those. I've done my homework, but I'm asking you to put it on the agenda the next minute. I've asked my councilman. There's a reason I have this much documentation. I can't give you more, but he says that was enough. Let's work together, because I have the respect of the President of the United States and Senator Harris and others. I've earned it. And let's go forward, because I've had a track record previously with autism, and the record of Congress, by the way. I was put on home base of Angel Stadium by Assembly and Senate, California. And I've been on radio and TV. I advised Sheriff Kabaka's crew in the Sheriff's Department on autism. I've had a track record. And I can't believe it, but I'm here because you have problems again with your bicycle issue, and I'm back to help you. but I believe if you listen to me, you're at least going to be ahead of the curve, because Orange County and the government cities are suffering because they don't have an education system like back east. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Eric Thorson, I have a card for you, but I'm going to wait and bring you up later under that actual item so it's in context. Okay, so that completes oral communications. Whoops, where do we go? Okay, and we're now going to go over to successor agency. Madam Clerk, would you call roll?
Member Beard?
Here.
Member O'Neill?
Here.
Member Teeuwen? Here. Member Klopfenstein?
Here.
Member Kay Wen?
Here.
Vice Chair Bowie?
Here.
And Chair Jones.
Here. Okay, we already did oral communication simultaneously with the other bodies. We do have 2 consent items. Do I have a motion?
I move the motion. Second.
Call to vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
No other items listed under successor. Any matters from agency members? Seeing none, we will adjourn to sanitary district. Take it away, Chris Beard.
Oh, thank you, and with that, I'll open the sanitary district meeting of September 25th. Could I ask the clerk to call the roll, please?
Member Bowie?
Here.
Member Jones?
Here.
Member Klopfenstein? Here. Member Kay Wen?
Here.
Member Teeuwen? Here. Vice President O'Neill?
Here.
And President Beard.
Here. We've already covered item 1, oral communications. Number 2 is the consent items.
I'd like to pull 2A.
2A is pulled. Entertain a motion to move the balance.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion is second. Call for the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Mr. President, I'd just like to make a motion to table item 2A until a further time where we can, I don't think we really need to approve a current policy at this time, so I'd like to table that item.
Councilmember O'Neill, if I could, if there's going to be a more appropriate time to bring this topic back up. Mr. City Manager, I don't know if there might be some other time that you would deem more appropriate to maybe bring this conversation back.
Yes, Councilman O'Neill, Councilmember Klopfenstein, we're perfectly comfortable tabling this until a later date when we would be coming forward with the sewer master plan. And so I've talked to the Public Works staff, and they're equally comfortable with it, so.
We have a motion and a second, right?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay.
Motion is second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay, I have no matters. Any board members, any matters? General Manager, nothing? So we'll be adjourned to October 23rd. With that, back to you.
Thank you. We now have consent items. Recommended that 3A through 3E be acted on simultaneously unless any member would like to pull an item. Any polls? Motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Call the vote.
Okay. Thing is going on here. I'm just having a little technical difficulty. Real technical difficulty.
Where's Charles?
I'm going to do a roll call vote. Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Teeuwen.
Yes.
Councilmember Bowie.
Yes.
Councilmember Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Kay Wen.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Beard.
Yes.
And Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay, public hearings 4A. This is an introduction and first reading of an ordinance approving amendment number A022, 2018 to amend Title IX and Title 11 of the Municipal Code.
Item 4A is an introduction and first reading of an ordinance approving amendment number A22, 2018 to amend Title 9 and Title 11 of the Municipal Code. And the ordinance is entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove Establishing Regulations Pertaining to the Establishment, Maintenance, and Operation of Outdoor Dining Areas in the Public Right-of-Way on Historic Main Street between Acacia Parkway and Garden Grove Boulevard." And Ms. Medrano is here to give the report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you tonight is a request that the City Council introduce and conduct a first reading of the proposed ordinance to approve a city-initiated text amendment to Title 9 and Title 11 of the Municipal Code to provide for a process to permit eating establishments on historic Main Street within the CC2 zone to establish outdoor dining areas in the public right-of-way. Recently, the city has received numerous requests from eating establishment owners within the historic Main Street area for outdoor dining in the public right-of-way between Garden Grove Boulevard and Acacia Parkway. The city's general plan encourages outdoor dining in the Civic Center to promote a pedestrian-friendly area that contributes to the walkability appeal of downtown, encourages opportunities for social interaction, and contributes to downtown's identity and streetscape, as well as to preserve the Main Street character and charm. Moreover, outdoor dining in the public right-of-way may be a unifying element throughout the downtown that will encourage new businesses to the area. As a result, the city is proposing a zoning text amendment that will establish design standards and guidelines to ensure that outdoor dining areas in the public right-of-way are of high-quality design, to contribute to the creation of a functional and aesthetically pleasing streetscape that suits the historic character of Main Street. The existing width of the public right-of-way is 75 feet, with a 15-foot walkway between the front property line of each storefront and the edge of the parallel parking limit. It is proposed that outdoor dining areas be only allowed within the 15-foot area to allow vehicular travel to remain as is. The proposed amendment will only apply to current and/or future eating establishments that provide meal service with or without the sale of alcohol, and only to those that front Main Street and are zoned CC2. The proposed Title IX amendment will add new definitions, design requirements, and operational standards. The amendment will include requirements by various city and state departments, such as Public Works Department, the Police Department, the Community and Economic Development Department, the Building and Safety Division, and the State of California Alcohol Beverage Control Department, also known as ABC. The proposed amendments to Title 11 will establish specific requirements for the issuance of encroachment permits to allow outdoor dining areas to encroach into the public right-of-way. Along with the application, the applicant will be required to obtain and renew yearly an encroachment permit from the Public Works Department and provide evidence of liability insurance and workers' compensation valid for the duration of the permit year. The proposed amendment will require outdoor dining areas to only be permitted in areas where a minimum 4-foot wide sidewalk can be maintained for pedestrian path of travel as required by the ADA, and in areas where the outdoor dining does not interfere with visibility, vehicular or pedestrian mobility. To meet the intent of the CZ2 zone to preserve the Main Street character, the proposed amendment will require that the design of all outdoor dining areas include tables and chairs that are architecturally and aesthetically compatible with the area. The proposed amendment will also address operational requirements as required by ABC and the Garden Grove Police Department that will limit impacts to the neighboring area. Furthermore, the proposed amendment will establish maintenance guidelines as required by the Public Works Department and also the Community and Economic Development Departments. Planning staff presented to the Downtown Commission on November 9th of 2017, and they are in support of the proposed code amendment and have recommended its approval. On September 6, 2018, the Planning Commission held a public hearing to consider the amendment. At the hearing, one Main Street business owner spoke in favor, and the Planning Commission voted 5-0 0 with 2 commissioners absent. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing, determine that the ordinance is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Title 14, introduce and conduct the first reading of the attached ordinance approving amendment number A-022-2018 to amend Title 9 of the Municipal Code to provide for a process to permit eating establishments on historic Main Street within the CC2 zone to establish outdoor dining areas in the public right-of-way. This concludes staff's report, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you, Mary. Any questions?
No questions.
A question, just general question. Do we have this in any other parts of the city? No.
No, we do
So this
not.
would be the first. I think this is very appropriate. This is the start of, I think this could be exciting.
Public hearing item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Take back that comment.
Absolutely. We'll open the public hearing. Craig, please feel free to come up to the mic and speak, and if there's anybody else wishing to speak, you're welcome thereafter.
While we were back then looking at the forming little hot spot of getting together on bike ideas, I always saw that the concern was the traffic was used as a thoroughfare. But I also see Long Beach has this kind of white space, and they block it, and people can walk and they can ride their bike, and then there's a lot of restaurants. And what I'd like to propose that you would look at it as a closed area and make more tables and stuff, a family type event, where I hope as a city council would engage in their legislators and keep an eye on this project, because it is going to need some more babysitting. Here's my proposal on that. I've talked to some people in Sacramento and Skag, and they like the idea. Sir, what the proposal would be, you would support legislation that they would come in with state dollars environmentally as an A team, and then come in with the resolution of the city council would do the paperwork for you, and then move forward, because you don't have the staff. So if they're going to move the project forward, that's where you need to come in, because the project itself will bring sales dollars. Where can you go from Disneyland to Knott's Berry Farm and not be with your family at the low cost? But this project, from what I see, is like El Dorado Park. And people can park at Main Street, come back and have food and have entertainment. You'd also have with your workforce committee a cosmetology school where they can get their hair because they can't afford, get their license, all that in the youth, because what you have is a generation respectfully that has done their job, but they're not going to be there forever. You're going to have an empty nest. So everything you strive for is going to come empty until you realize the workforce development education process that will, between that and between the bike trail, is the coolest thing in America we could do to revitalize Garden Grove. I've done the research. And so if we would be more active as council members, like I do as a retired person, and make changes, at one person, Laura says it was impossible, I was on the radio and TV with Joe Pulsar, then always each council with their district should be taking YouTube videos and talk about the community needs and being with your industry, your businesses. And when you do that, the bottom will become a message signal to your council what you need to focus on. Each of you have a document before you. And this document is to give you the ability to make the Main Street come alive if you just do the research. And what I'm saying is I support the idea, but I oppose it until you put the barrier before you so people feel safe. But we're going to put a bicycle in the middle of the street when they're coming 20 miles an hour and you can't stop it. We don't have the police. I've seen them do wheelies and burnouts in the middle of the street, and you can't stop them. You have to pick that area and protect it, then go with the project that you want to do, because there's no access for the bikes. If you're going to promote this bike thing, you've got to make it safe in that area, okay? So that's my opinion, and it's based on the research I have, and it's been sitting there for 4 years. The only reason I'm here tonight, because our police officers want me to be here tonight. That's the only reason I'm here, because you have what you have, but you've got yourself in a little mess, and I know people in California, and I put my 2 cents in, and it's changing things. So I'm here to help you, but you've got to get more active in the community and show what you do on YouTube and promote the community with your being active in the business leaders so they know you care, so they'll stick around. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on 4A? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing.
Comment?
Please.
I just think this is long overdue and an exciting move for our Main Street and our downtown vision as a whole.
People love to congregate outside and sit outside on Main Street, so I'm very excited to see this taking place and continue to move this forward. And if there's no other comments, I'd like to motion this forward.
I'd like to second it with a comment myself. I think hopefully this is the start of something, that ambiance, that foot traffic and everything like that. Main Street, it's an excellent location for that. Hopefully it spreads to other districts. I can think of the West End having a Valley View corridor, which could certainly have outdoor cafe style of eateries, and that would be very nice. And so hopefully I wish this a lot of success. It reminds me of a trip that I think the mayor and I took to Long Beach, and we did a bicycle tour, and they have these nice little areas, these outdoor areas. Certain areas also include some street space, and you'd have to see it. It's very unique, but it's a great feel. It opens up the community. It's festive, and so I'm totally supportive of this.
And I'll just make a quick comment. I think it's a great thing, long overdue. But just to reassure Mr. Durfee and the public, safety is paramount to the city staff and us. So we definitely have built that into this. So we're well aware of that.
Thank you. Anybody else? We have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you. And with that, before we go on to item 5, I've got some requests for a 5-minute break, so.
Item 5A is to authorize the issuance of a purchase order to Hacker Equipment Company for one new Vector sewer cleaning truck, and Mr. Murray is here to give the report.
Thank you, Ms. Pomeroy. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, City Council is being asked to approve the purchase of a Vector sewer cleaning truck from Haker Equipment Company in the amount of about $500,000. The vehicle is used to clean sewer lines and sewer spills. The city currently has 2 Vector trucks. This purchase will provide a replacement to the older vehicle, which meets the city's guidelines for replacement. Efforts to obtain a local builder failed, and staff is recommending using an existing competitive bidding process conducted through the Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Program. Haker Equipment Company of Las Vegas was the lowest bidder, and the price includes taxes and destination charges. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available should you have any questions.
How old is this Vector sewer cleaning truck?
The one that is being replaced was purchased used in the late 90s.
So it's at least 18 years old, or 10 years old.
Yes, sir. Much older, actually. More like 30.
I have a question. Do we sell that for scrap, or do we sell it to whoever the highest bidder is, or what do we do?
Generally they go for
Auction?
it's the price per pound. It's basically scrap.
Okay.
You want to buy it and use it for the parade?
Sorry,
Want to buy it and use it and fix it and use it for the parade?
Well, before you asked your question, I thought, well, maybe if it wasn't that old, we could sell it at auction and get some money back, but it sounds like it's about done.
Any other questions?
I'd make a motion. Second.
Call to vote?
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
5B.
5B is approval of purchase agreements for the acquisition of portions of 10965 through 10971 Westminster Avenue and 10872 through 10900 Westminster Avenue, Garden Grove, affected real properties for the Euclid Street and Westminster Avenue intersection improvement project. And Mr. Murray is here to give the report.
Thank you, Ms. Pomeroy, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council. Tonight, City Council is being asked to authorize the city manager to sign purchase agreements for the portions of properties owned by F.J. Henshaw Enterprises and HMZ Retail. The properties are located at the southwest and northwest corners of the intersection of Euclid and Westminster Avenue. The properties will be used to construct 2 right turn lanes. The first right turn lane will be on the southbound Euclid, and the second will be on eastbound Westminster. The total cost for both parcels is almost $530,000, and will be funded by the Measure M2 grant in the amount of $402,750, and the city will use gas tax to pay for the remainder cost. Staff anticipates the design for this intersection improvement will be completed by the end of the year, and we will begin the process of looking for grant monies for the construction in the near future. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
When are we going to expect that project will be implemented? I understand you are going to ask for grant, but do you have any time frame?
It's really dependent on the grant funding. If I don't get the funds, then we can't really go forward at this time.
If we are not going to have any time frame in the near future, then why do we want to spend the money now? Is it do we have the option to buy it later? Because right now we are, under some financial crunch. I'd rather spend $500,000 on something else if we can get it. And of course I'm not sure if you have to buy it now. If you have to buy it now, because otherwise then it will be no longer an option for us to buy, then that's a different thing. But if we have an option to buy it at a later time, I rather wait and spend this money on something that is more time critical.
Councilmember Bowie, that's an excellent point. However, I'd like to point out that $400,000 of this purchase cost is coming from a grant. That grant is time sensitive, and we do have to go ahead and purchase it right now. We will be actively looking for funding to complete this project. The remainder of the money that's being used is gas tax, which is somewhat independent from the general fund that we're having issues with at this time.
So when is the grant expire?
Generally, we have about a year to fulfill those. Federal grants, we get about 2 years.
And so this grant, how long have it, can you give me some idea of when this grant will be expiring?
It'll be expiring,
In about 12 months, a year, 2 years?
No, it'll be next year, probably usually before June is when the date is.
So probably only like 7 months?
Yes, sir.
No more question?
I'd like to move it.
Second.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay, takes us on to matters, and we do have one agendized item, which is 6A.
6A is a discussion and consideration of the Orange County Fire Authority Fire Services proposal and related analysis as requested by City Manager Stiles.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you very much. We wanted to list this item on the agenda just to bring everybody up to speed on where we are at with the work that's been done so far. Actually, to probably brief the community too, so they can get a feel for, where we're at, what's going on, next steps, all that sort of stuff. Council members will recall, I think August 28th, we had a study session on the OCFA proposal. Really I think we probably had 4 people show up for it besides some of the interested parties that were there, but very few people in the public would have been there to see it, watch it, that sort of thing. But we spent probably a good couple hours trying to understand some of the complexities of considering and thinking about a transition of this nature. And one of the things is it took a long time, and there were, I know when we talked to some of the Fire Association folks afterwards, we really didn't have enough time to really get into much discussion with them either at that point in time. So I think coming out of that meeting, the council members suggested out of the study session that we spend some time, the city staff, OCFA, the Fire Association, Fire Management Association, that we sort of get together and try and talk about where some of the either issues are, or the concerns, or the differences, or making sure we were kind of understanding everybody's point of view. And at the same time, I think the group of council members, including Councilman Bowie, Councilmember Kim Nguyen, and Councilmember Stephanie Kloppenstein, agreed to sit in on and listen to some of those conversations as well. And we had a meeting of that group last week, and then actually we had a follow-up meeting just yesterday. One of the things that we tried to do is try to identify, where some of the differences were on some of the financial aspects of it, as well as the operational aspects of it. So we spent a good bit of time, and I'd like to come back to some comments about that in a little bit. What we've kind of thought might make some sense if the council permits it. If you remember when we had our study session, probably the city staff, we probably spent 45 minutes or more going over all of the detailed information that we had. And then more recently at one of our group meetings, the Fire Association took a good bit of time walking through some of their thinking on the proposal. So we thought it would be good, both really for the public as well as anybody else that's listening. I'd like to ask Fire Chief Schultz to take just 5 minutes or so to summarize some of the key components of what we presented in that study session for the benefit of the public. And then our budget manager, Ann Eifert, will take a small amount of time, just a simplified presentation from what Ms. Eifert presented. And then I've also talked to Eric Thorson from the Fire Association, and I think they have, they want to recap some of the information that they've presented so far. And then what I'd like to do is come back and I'll make some comments. What we tried to do yesterday is we looked at 8 or 9 areas where we sort of agreed that these were areas where we needed to spend some time talking about those. And in the yellow that you have on your dais, and we have up here that the clerk has available copies for people, we tried to identify those 8 or 9 areas and kind of just talk and try to simplify, what the thinking is in our discussions. So we just had that meeting yesterday, and there's stuff that we have to follow up and think about related to it. So I'll come back to that after that. But for now, I'd like to turn it over briefly to the chief and to Ann, and then we'll have Mr. Thorson give his presentation as well.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, and council members. It's a pleasure being here tonight. I'm going to keep this brief, I promise. So this is a recap or a summary of what took place during the study session. The optics of this is specifically addressing the 6-minute response time, and could we do a comparable response as the OCFA proposal internally with a 6-minute response time. Since then, there's been a lot of conversation taking place, and it's evolved a little bit, but the perspective of this very short presentation is based around the 6-minute response time. So the key parts, I need to start out this way, which I've said in every presentation I've made, as well as talking to the community, is there's 3 major issues that are facing your fire department. Paramedic response times, and that's what the deployment model is going to take care of, or at least try to take care of. An issue of retention and recruitment. Retention, the ability to hire competitively new firefighters, and recruitment, the ability to hire new firefighters, and retention, the ability to hold on to the firefighters that we have. And then public safety infrastructure, which is a capital cost that no matter whether we go to OCFA or we stay here in Garden Grove, capital infrastructure needs to be addressed. So the 6-minute performance standard, 90% fractile measurement, what we currently do with our current deployment is we only get a unit on scene with one paramedic, sometimes no paramedics, 65% of the time. We can get an effective EMS force, which means our 2 paramedics can arrive within 8 minutes, 28% of the time, with an average time of 4 minutes and 29 seconds. Our current performance standard really doesn't meet what the citizens deserve and what they've been used to having in the past. With the OCFA model or the Garden Grove model that puts 2 paramedics at every fire station throughout the city, that performance standard improves greatly. 63% of the time, you'll be able to deliver 2 paramedics at everybody's front door within 6 minutes. The effective EMS force is 63% as well, for an overall average of 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Ironically, by doing this improvement, we also improve how quickly we put firefighters on the scene, and we actually get our firefighters, 14 to 17 firefighters, at the doorstep of any house within 90 seconds, or 90% of the time, which is the national standard. So it's a pretty good improvement as far as our effective fire force, either way you go. The other thing that we talked about briefly is currently in the Garden Grove Fire Department, we don't have a real structured paramedic oversight. In the OCFA, FSP, they have a structured oversight. They have nurse coordinators. They have overhead that's looking over that. If fire services were retained in the city of Garden Grove, something would have to be done to take care of that gap. A couple options we have is that we could reclassify one of our training officer to a battalion chief of training and EMS. And currently, with our agreement with Care Ambulance, they would provide 1 full-time nurse educator at no cost. The other thing that was brought up during the study session is neither the OCFA model or the Garden Grove model, which takes care of paramedic response times quite well, does not have a standalone truck company. So this is just something I'm bringing into the conversation each time I have an opportunity to talk about that. There is a value to having a standalone truck company. In the 2016 deployment model, or the deployment report that council received, it was recommended that we had a standalone truck. I don't have any data to say why it's important as far as time sets and stuff like that, but at an emergency incident, if a truck, what these proposals both say quints, it means that there could be a delay in truck operations taking place at an incident because the quint has to function as an engine or a paramedic unit, which could delay technical rescue and a few other things. This is not an uncommon thing to use quint trucks. It's been happening throughout the county, but I do believe there's a value to being able to retain a single truck company. That's not in the conversation today, but I feel I would be remiss if I didn't share that with the council, that there is a value in it. In the 2016 report, it indicated that we should have one. So this diagram, or this chart you have in front of you, shows the three current deployments. Or the first one, number one, is how we currently do business with 9 pieces of equipment, 7 engines, 1 truck, and 1 paramedic squad. The staffing is 1 battalion chief, 8 captains, 8 engineers, and 12 firefighters. Out of that, 10 of those on any given day are certified paramedics. The first unit on scene is 65% of the time, effective EMS force 28% of the time, and our paramedic override tax average is 4 minutes and 22 seconds. The ordinance says we need to provide paramedic services within 5 minutes, so I'm just put that there as a benchmark because that's what our city ordinance says. Number 2 and 3, those are exactly the same models, whether it's provided by Garden Grove Fire Department or OCFA. They're both significantly better, but ironically, they do it with less pieces of equipment because you're delivering 2 paramedics at every station. So it has 7 pieces of equipment, 5 engines, 2 trucks. The staffing is 1 battalion chief, 7 captains, 7 engineers, 14 firefighters, 14 of which are certified paramedics. Our first unit on scene is 63% of the time. The effective EMS force, 63% of the time. That's a huge improvement from where it was before. And I don't need to read the other one. They're exactly the same because that's what's going to deliver our services there quicker. And then lastly, just at a more granular look, it tells you what's at each station. At Fire Station 1, there'd be a quint company, which is a combination of a paramedic squad, an engine company, and a truck company. At Station 2, a 4-person engine company, 3, a 4-person engine company, 2 of which are paramedics, all of these. 4 is the same. 5 is a 1-person quint, 4-person quint. 6 is an engine company with 2 paramedics, and 7. They're both exactly the same. So I promised to keep it brief so that Ann can make her presentation. And I think we'll probably hold the questions to the end, if that's okay with you. I'll turn it over to Ann.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. So, Mr. Stiles asked me to just do a brief, presentation on what I presented at the study session last time. So just briefly, OCFA's contract proposal was about $22.2 million. That contract is capped at 4.5% annual increase. There is a recapture clause that allows them to recapture any additional increases if it goes above that 4.5% the following years. However, their average increase is about 2.92% over the last 10 years. There would be an option to withdraw every 10 years, so it is a long-term contract, and they would provide the personnel, equipment maintenance and replacement, routine station maintenance, plan check services, all the administration involved with the fire department, such as HR, legal, payroll, and all those things. And then the city would have one member on the OCFA Board of Directors. So if you remember, there was an original presentation back in July, and we came back at the study session in August with some different assumptions. And at the time, we updated the city budget numbers to what was adopted for 18-19. It also itemizes the unfunded liability, the labor and other operating costs, so we separated all those items up. The startup cost, which was originally OCFA's proposal originally said that the startup cost would be paid over 5 years, but in further discussions with them, they allowed us to spread that over 10 years. There is a proposal offset cost. We originally paid $75,000 to OCFA for the proposal, but they would basically refund us that if we chose to go to OCFA. We originally had some capital improvement costs in the amount of $357,000 that we thought was required in the first year with the signing of the contract. However, with future discussions with OCFA, they said that the improvements were not necessarily required in the first year, but we would just have a future agreement with the city based on those based on the CIP. Then we also included some vehicle replacement savings. If we go to OCFA, the money that we've put aside for the replacement of vehicles would be freed up, essentially. We did adjust the analysis to updated unfunded pension liability numbers that are consistent with the report that we received from PERS back in August 2018. Again, we provided some different assumptions with labor and operating cost increases. So there what you'll see in a little bit is when we separate the unfunded liability portion, because that was a significant cost for labor, we take that out and use the numbers that PERS provided, and then we did a 2.92% or a 4.5% increase just on the labor, not including the pension, unfunded pension liability. And then, again, we updated the cost to mimic the deployment model that Chief Schultz was previously talking about. So there, in scenario 1, that is our current fiscal year 18-19 budget. The position stated there is currently how we operate. In scenario 2, those numbers, those staffing numbers were provided by Chief Schultz in order to mimic the deployment model that OCFA was providing. So you'll see, for instance, the number of fire engineers is going from 24 to 21. However, the number of firefighter paramedics would be increased from 30 to 42. And then, of course, in scenario 3 is the OCFA planning model. So if you look at the very bottom, the current scenario with Garden Grove, the current budget is $24.7 million. In scenario 2, it's essentially the same, $24.7 million. There's a slight little difference. But with OCFA, once we include all the unfunded liability and other additional services that we had previously talked about, the cost to OCFA is about $26.2 million. This number does exclude any of the one-time large savings that I mentioned, such as the vehicle replacement savings. So again, back at the study session, we provide 2 scenarios, one using the 2.92% increase that OCFA uses as what's been happening for the past 10 years. Their 10-year average increase is about 2.92%. So the first bolded line you'll see there is total OCFA estimated contract cost, which is about $22.6 million. At that time, we added the cost of a full-time emergency operations coordinator management position. We have to add back hazmat cleanup in the amount of $57,000, because that's currently in the fire budget, but would not be provided by OCFA, and then some records management costs. Then we add into the unfunded liability that we are responsible for, regardless of whether or not we stay with Garden Grove or go to OCFA. And then there's also about an $84,000 retired medical premium that also stays with us. In our analysis, we determined that there would be about $100,000 in insurance premiums. We would save in general liability insurance and also workers' comp insurance if we elected to go to OCFA. We would have some maintenance savings because, again, OCFA would be providing routine maintenance of the stations. And then OCFA would also be paying the utilities, water, electric, and all that in the amount of about $88,000. We would be able to sell off one-time fire equipment in the amount of $190,000, and then that's the one-time fleet management cash availability that would be freed up, and that's about $2.5 million. Below that, we have our current city costs with the fire department. Again, splitting out the unfunded liability of about $3.5 million, the retired premium contribution of $84,000. Then you have a remaining labor budget of about $17.2 million. That includes salaries, benefits, some overtime costs, and a small part-time position. And then all your other operating costs. That's your vehicle replacement, your vehicle maintenance, commodities, other contractual costs that's associated with the fire department. And that amount is about $24.8 million. If we keep fire in-house, we do collect some revenue from the permits and plan check fees that we collect with the fire prevention, and that's about $150,000 a year. And so for fiscal year 18-19, the total cost of the fire department with the city, based on Chief Schultz's model, would be about $24.7 million. And for the first year, we would save about $1.17 million. And that's largely due to that one-time free-up of that cash availability. If you look at fiscal year 19-20 next year, based on the same assumptions, we would be, the fire services would cost an additional $1.6 million if we elected to go to OCFA. And I wanted to point out, because there was a little bit of confusion, when we separate the pension obligation and the retired medical premium costs, because that's that's the bulk of the increases, and then you just do a separate labor and operating charge of 2.92%. In this particular model, it's a little misleading because it says it's going up by 2.92, but your total labor budget from the 24.7 to the 25.9 million, that's about a 5% increase, total budget increase. And if you look at the 4.5% increase scenario, again, the 4.5% is the maximum OCFA can increase our contract charges by. And in this instance, for fiscal year 19-20, you'd save about, it would cost an additional $1.6 million, and over 10 years, about $15.4 million over 10 years. And previously, it's with a 2.92% scenario, over 10 years, it would cost an additional $14.5 million. And again, that's just our brief synopsis of what we provided at the study session back in August.
So, Mr. Mayor, council members, I think that's all we have at this time, and I think probably Eric wants to come up, and Scott Kuhlman.
Let's wait.
It'll take 1 second for us to get the computer working here.
I want to see if it's working.
I think so.
I don't know, do we? Okay, council members, mayor, city manager, staff, some of my closest friends and the city residents of Garden Grove. We're going to go through our presentation here, and as you know, you've all seen it, with the exception of Councilwoman Nguyen, who missed that day, but you've all seen it, and we've condensed it down to about a 15-minute presentation, okay? So some of the things we're not going to address publicly here that we address privately with you in the committee meetings, but I think this is going to give you a general overview. Obviously, we want to thank Ann and city staff for all your work. While we might always agree with what you come up with, we appreciate your hard work in coming up with those numbers. So we're going to go right into our reason for we're here. Obviously, as you know, in 2017, as we entered labor negotiations, it became clear that we were under a great deal of pension debt, and the city was going to have some issues with funding moving forward. We suggested to look to another source of fire and EMS services. That was the Orange County Fire Authority. A study was commissioned by the council at our request, and the Orange County Fire Authority provided a fire service proposal to the City of Garden Grove, delivered in, I believe, June of 2018. In that vetting process that took place with city staff, and fire labor was not involved to be invited in that process. However, in that process, they came out with some cost analysis, which Ann Eifert just presented to you. We have that grid. We're going to put it up on the wall, and we're going to show you step by step how we believe it's not accurate. And we're going to show you how, in reality, to fix the Garden Grove Fire Department and be a standalone entity that can deliver to the services that are needed, it's going to cost you far more to stay than it's going to be to go. So, just like Ann said, the original estimate was $14.5 million, and we're going to start talking about each piece of the 8 items that the city manager alluded to. Now, I think I need to take one step back here, and I want to address Chief Solch's plan, which was the apples to apples, as Councilman Bowie asked. And his deployment model is going to put 29 on duty, much like the Orange County Fire Authority is going to do. But that's where it ends. There is no similarity past that. Quite frankly, it's going to require the elimination of 4 captain spots within the labor group. It's going to require the elimination of 3 engineer spots within the labor group. It's going to require the fact that we're going to have to do something with 4 of our current firefighters. We're going to get into that. It's going to take 2 to 4 years to implement, and it's going to cost you a great deal of money and added costs, and we'll show you that. So in reality, the only plan as a standalone fire department that we would agree to would be the 2016 deployment model, which we feel is exceptional. However, that adds $2 to $2.6 million per year to the budget. So that becomes very constraining in that situation. So let's talk about if we were to go to the apples to apples plan. First of all, we'd have to take 4 current firefighters and train them to be paramedics. Now, they say the cost to send 2 of those to school is already in the budget. You're going to hear that a lot. It's baked in the budget. It's already there. Frankly, the matter is, if you haven't spent it, you've saved it. However, they haven't accounted for 2 additional firefighters that have to go to paramedic school. That's a cost of $175,000. So if you add that cost to the budget item, it takes the cost to go to the OCFA over 10 years to $14.3 million. The next thing we have to address is the EOC. Now, the city staff stated that we need a $175,000 a year full-time EOC position.
Can you go back just real quick, 1 sec?
Yes, sir.
That last slide that just blipped?
Yeah, we didn't want you to really see it.
Thank you.
You good, Steve?
Yep.
Okay, so now we're going to do the EOC. And while we agree there needs to be some form of staff at the EOC level, currently it's being done for the fire chief at no additional cost. We don't think it's a $175,000 a year job. In the committee meeting with the council, we talked about a number that we thought was appropriate, what other cities use, such as the city of Yorba Linda and other cities, and we came up with a part-time cost of $70,000 a year. That person would be able to keep up with training, would be able to keep up with the EOC from a logistic point of view, but the OCFA stated very professionally, of course, that they would be in the EOC rather, if there was an emergency incident. They're not going to run and hide if something happens in Garden Grove. So if you take that $70,000 a year job, you subtract the $175,000, that takes the total cost of going to OCFA per the city's grid at $13.2 million. So now we're going to talk about the fire mechanic. Now, what we said was, we've got a maintenance issue. And it's not necessarily with the quality of service. It's the fact that we don't have enough people there working on fire apparatus. Phil Carter from City Yard told us that, in fact, we do. We have multiple mechanics, although I've never seen any more than 1 at a time. And he stated he was going to a plan that eliminates the fire mechanic status, and everybody there is going to be able to work on everything. Well, we said, fire engines built in 2018 are far more technologically advanced than fire engines built in the 70s. The OCFA has trained fire mechanics that work on only fire equipment. They don't work on bulldozers, they don't work on sewer trucks, they work on only fire engines. But we said, look, here's the thing. Our preventative maintenance program has fallen behind. He needs another mechanic there. There was some discussion on what that entailed, and I think we came up with a number of $65,000 for a part-time $60,000 for a part-time fire mechanic. Preventative maintenance, minor issues that keep things from becoming major issues. As you know, in your own personal vehicle, if you don't change the oil, pretty soon you're going to have a big problem. We came in at $60,000 a year. We extrapolated that out over 10 years, and that takes the cost of the OCFA at $12.5 million to the city of Garden Grove. The next thing we did, according to Councilman Bowie, or per his request, was what was a apples-to-apples program? What would it look like? And we said, well, in 2005, due to budget issues, we eliminated a staff captain position that was a fire arson investigator. But in fact, he did more than that. This fire arson investigator, which was a captain, was also the chief's right-hand man for projects. He was able to do background investigations on new employees, which in turn saved money because we didn't have to go outside and hire a private agency. And quite frankly, we are in need of a full-time fire investigator. Obviously, the city has far more fires than you know. We had a tragic 2 fire deaths this last week, and that just points to the fact that we really do need a full-time fire investigator. I think the fire chief agreed that that staff position is important, so we put that in at $217,000, which is full-time pay and benefits for a fire captain. If you extrapolate that out for 10 years, you come up with a cost of $9.5 million to contract with the Orange County Fire Authority. Now we're going to move to the purchase of quints. Now, to go to an apples-to-apples plan, you have to have quints. We don't have a quint today. We only have aerial ladders that don't have a hose and pumps on it. And you all see when you went to the OCFA what those look like. They look like 747s, for lack of a better term. And we would have to buy 3. Well, we get told that 2 are in the budget. We don't always agree on that, but we'll stipulate to that. However, we do know we need to buy a 3rd quint. And that 3rd quint is going to cost about $1.1 million. Now, there's some talk that maybe some of the truck we have now maybe hasn't paid off a little bit, so there might be some additional monies there. So it could be as low as $1 million. But as you know, the way the city operates when they buy vehicles, they pay cash out of the vehicle replacement fund, and then the fire budget pays back the vehicle replacement fund at 4.1% interest over 10 years. So that's at a cost of about $134,000 a year. And then with that includes the cost of maintenance. Every piece of equipment that we have, we pay X amount of dollars to the city yard to maintain that, whether it be tires, fuel, parts, whatever the case is. And that number is in perpetuity, so that number never stops. As long as that piece of equipment lives here, we pay $165,000 was what we would pay for the quint for that unit. And that's directly from the finance department and what they say we're paying for the new quints we would buy. So, correct. We did, like I said, we did adjust it to $91,000 because you had said there was some money in the vehicle replacement fund that we haven't paid off for truck 1 at this time. So we extrapolated that out at the lowest number, and after you add that truck company and the maintenance for that, we come to $6.6 million overall cost to go to the OCFA. Okay, now we come up to the paramedic cost, or the cost of a paramedic in the city of Garden Grove. The city estimated that the average cost for a firefighter paramedic in Garden Grove, salary and benefits all included, to be $161,000. Correct, the median cost, the average cost, the median cost. We have a recruitment issue, folks. We've talked about it. We've discussed it in nauseam. The truth of the matter is the only way we can fix this recruitment issue is to eliminate the bottom 2 steps of the paramedic rank. If you eliminate the bottom 2 steps of the paramedic rank, the median cost of a firefighter paramedic in the city of Garden Grove goes to $171,000. If you add that to the grid, at 42 paramedics, that's 14 paramedics on duty per day, that now takes the cost to contract with the Orange County Fire Authority to $1.7 million over 10 years, so $170,000 on average. That fixed your recruitment issue. However, it did not fix your retention issue. So we did a recent analysis, and this doesn't show is our entry level is 17% below average. So we eliminated that because we eliminated 2 steps. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't address our retention issue. Right now we are 10.19% below 5th in the county. Now why is 5th a magic number? Well, we're the 5th largest city. City manager has made a comment at the first study session that the fire labor group has never come and said we wanted to be 1, 2, or 3, and we never have. We don't want to be 10 or 11 either. We feel 5th is appropriate. So in order to get to fifth, we would need a 5% across the board immediately. We would then need a 4% in 2019, 19 and 20, and then a 2% in 2021. But we're not here to negotiate. We're not here to advocate that. What we're here to show you is if in fact you wanted to do that, to bring us to fifth, what that would mean for the cost of the Orange County Fire Authority. If you gave us a 5% across the board immediately, and then a 4% across the board in 19 and 20, that would be a savings to you of $10.5 million by contracting with the Orange County Fire Authority. So again, what I'm saying, if we stayed Grove, and you said we wanted to bring these guys up to fifth in the county, just below that at this point, the Orange County Fire Authority is a much more economical way to go than to do that. Why is this important, and why are we telling you we need to make some changes? Well, to Chief Schultz's point, we aren't meeting our current response times. Quite frankly, our call load has increased 40% over the last 5 years. In 2014, we ran 11,200 calls. In 2017, we ran 15,093 calls, and we are on target today to run 15,700 calls. We're not keeping up with the service level required that the citizens of Garden Grove deserve, and the chief has pointed that out. So let's talk about plans on the table and which ones address the issues. Which plan right now addresses your level of service? The current Garden Grove model does not. The Apples to Apples program does not. The Apples to Apples, the 29 on duty with 14 paramedics and 2 quints, only works in a regionalized fire service with the Orange County Fire Authority at the helm. The OCFA plan does address the level of service, and the 2016 plan does as well. I have to point that out. However, that's quite an additional cost. So which plan addresses recruitment and retention? Because that's an elephant in the room, and it has to be dealt with. Our current model does not deal with recruitment and retention. The 2016 model does not deal with recruitment and retention, and the Apples to Apples model does not deal with recruitment and retention. The only model that deals with recruitment and retention, again, is the Orange County Fire Authority. Infrastructure, and infrastructure is more than just fire stations. It's fleet maintenance, it's everything entailed with running the fire department. Which department, which plan deals with infrastructure? The 2016 model does not. The current model we have does not. The Apples to Apples model does not. Again, I point to the Orange County Fire Authority as being the only model that addresses our infrastructure issues. The elephant in the room and the avalanche of pension debt that this city is facing, and that is only growing, can only be dealt with one plan. It can't be dealt with in the 2016 fire model. It can't be dealt with in the current model, both of which only add to your pension debt. And it can't be dealt with in your Apples to Apples model, because that too deals with your pension debt. The only plan that deals with pension debt is the OCFA. Now, let me say, I was lucky enough to attend a candidates forum several weeks ago where we met many members of the public, and they said to us, how do we get out from under this unfunded pension liability debt? What can we do to stop that? And I said, interestingly enough, we have a plan for that. So let's talk about one solution for every issue. One solution fixes recruitment. One solution fixes infrastructure. One solution fixes the morale issue we have. One fixes our retention, the other fixes the service level, and only one fixes our future pension debt. And who is that? It's the OCFA. They're the only model that can fix that.
That never gets old.
Okay, so you've all seen this. You've all seen it many times. This is the first time I got to present it to the residents. And this is all well and good. But let's get right down to why we're here tonight. I know this process, council, has been long and arduous, and it's been difficult and at times very challenging. We have stood shoulder to shoulder with you trying to get through this fire service proposal and figure out what's best for the citizens moving forward. We feel we have done that, and we have presented you with an excellent option for fire and EMS service, not only for today, but moving forward as well. What we are looking for tonight is a motion and a second to begin the process of transitioning fire and EMS services to the Orange County Fire Authority. And of course, we understand that process will take some time. And in that time frame, we also realized there's a ballot measure to be voted on in November considering a public safety tax to the citizens of Garden Grove. If that tax were to fail, we realize we could have to come together immediately. And there's a chance that the proposal with the Orange County Fire Authority may have to be adjusted, or it may not be able to be agreed upon at all. We feel this is a win for the people of Garden Grove. We feel this is a win for the council. And we feel this is a win for public safety. We're asking you to take that step forward today. Let's begin the process. And we realize, of course, that if the city's in a difficult fiscal situation, the November election, we'll come to you and we'll work shoulder to shoulder yet again to fix this problem. Thank you for your support.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, so just to kind of summarize, in the last two staff meetings that we had, we spent a lot of time in the first meeting going through having the association make that presentation to us. And then at the end of it, as we were going through the items on the spreadsheet, we were literally able to go down through each one of those where they said, no, here's the suggested change, here's what we think you're wrong, here's where we think we should add this. So we took the time to identify all 8 of those. I think we added one more on this later on. And then after we really took 2 hours just kind of going through their presentation, and then we listed all those, and then we agreed to come back at our second meeting, which was just yesterday, and we said, let's go through these one by one, and let's talk about what our thinking is as we go. And so we didn't have much time, but what we tried to do is synopsize this for you and list the 8 items that we have where the perspective of the association is in this middle column you can see, and then with some feedback from the staff as well. I don't know if I really want to spend too much time going through each one of these, as opposed to, having you ask us, the association, OCFA is here, any questions. But just to summarize very quickly, item number 1 is the cost for some, because people may not be able to see it on the cameras that might be listening, was to look at the training costs for 4 firefighters going to paramedic school. Number 2 was the added cost for a reserve quint. Number 3 was to reduce the city expense for an EOC coordinator. Number 4 was to add 1 fire mechanic. Number 5 was to reinstate arson investigator, 40-hour staff captain position. And then we had a 6A and a 6B. One was 6A, add an additional quint for reserve. 6B, add a quint ongoing maintenance. Implement a recruitment solution, item number 7, which was dropping entry-level steps A and B. And then 8 was provide a 5% increase to existing labor costs. And then there was number 9 was the management partner fire budget projections and numbers that they used. So what we had is all of these. You can see a good example of among the 9 of these that I might call this one out, because I thought we had a good discussion about it, was number 3, where we talked about reducing the city's expense for an EOC coordinator. So you can see in the column, the association is trying to figure out, maybe you could take $11,000 and give it to somebody in the police department to run your EOC operations. We had made some phone calls to other cities. I think Santa Ana hired a full-time EOC coordinator. Obviously, Santa Ana's bigger than we are, but when we were talking in our conversation, we agreed, look, is 175 the perfect number? Is 11,000 the perfect number. I can tell you if I went to the police department and said, let me pay one of your officers $11,000 to do all this work, the police chief would probably take his taser out and tase me. So, but is 175 the right number? So we said, wait a minute, is there, some other cities use contractual retired employees. There's different models that we can use. And so we kind of talked about it, and we said, maybe there's some different ways of looking at it. We really want to look at it. But I will tell you, as your city manager, this business of EOC management is not something you take lightly. 2 years ago, we had our fire chief, who functions in these EOC sort of situations. We had to declare limited EOC operations 2 times 2 years ago because we had pretty severe localized flooding throughout the city. So, and as a city manager, that's not a task you can allow, I believe, to slip through the cracks and not pay very close attention to. You need somebody doing this job who can make sure all of your people that need to be certified are up to date with certifications, that you're in good standing if you want to apply for FEMA grants or anything else to get money to buy equipment, that you can do that. And so, without knowing all the ins and outs of it, intuitively, I know you need to have somebody who knows what they're doing, and somebody that can pick up the phone and order me as the city manager into an EOC operation, order a fire chief, a police chief into a situation, and set up an incident command and command and control operation to run a situation if it happens. So, I don't think I can just sit here and say, let's hope nothing happens, or let's let a sergeant or in the police department kind of do some paperwork and take care of it. So those were the things that we kind of talked about in our discussion. And I think we both sort of came to the agreement in this particular case. Okay, $175,000 doesn't have to be the number. $11,000 doesn't have to be the number either. So I thought that's a good example of kind of the nature of our discussion when we talked about those sort of things. And so obviously, our numbers vary greatly about, what the savings are over 10 years. And we'll be happy to talk about this. Obviously, when you look at some of this, I know the Fire Association, they're anxious to try and have decisions made tonight. We would respectfully say this is, in several of these cases, we have a good bit of analysis to do on all of this, and I would say we're not ready to suggest making that sort of a decision now without, some more input and some more discussion with them, because I think we have more work to do, quite frankly. So I think everybody here is available for more questions too, if there are.
Thank you. So I'll defer to Councilmember Bowie, I think one.
Yes, I would like to spend quite a few minutes, maybe 6-7 minutes. So maybe if Councilman Kim Nguyen or Stephanie would like to speak first, I would be happy to yield to you.
I just have one quick question for clarification because I've heard 2 different answers now.
Yeah.
At our meeting last week, I remember OCFA stating that they would not be the EOC, but they would work to coordinate with the city. And now I was just told that they would function as the EOC. So can someone provide me the accurate response to that?
Councilmember Nguyen, I meant to say they would be in the EOC in a safety capacity, but they wouldn't necessarily be the EOC coordinator to coordinate training of city employees and to do the paperwork necessary. But if the EOC was activated, the Orange County Fire Authority would have a person there, I think someone within 1 hour and then someone within 3 hours to coordinate the strategic planning of the EOC.
Yeah, and Councilmember, maybe somebody from the OCFA could come up and speak to that. Our assumption has kind of been, when we've had conversations with them, is obviously they'll have a district chief, if we were to go to OCFA, a district chief that would represent probably 2 or 3 different cities, us, Westminster, some other cities, but that they would, if we were in that situation, they would have somebody that would come to the EOC, but I don't think they're ready to say that they're going to take command control, they're going to declare an EOC operation, and they're going to coordinate and manage the whole operation, but I'll defer to the battalion chief.
Both Eric Thorson and City Manager Stiles are correct. We would have a representative respond to the EOC if it were activated. Ideally, it would be the division chief. The division chief would be sharing, would have jurisdiction over more than one city, so that wouldn't be a guarantee, but we would send somebody to represent the OCFA within 1 hour, and then within 3 hours, we would send somebody with a higher rank who could make even more detailed decisions that were required. But we would not be the coordinator of the EOC. You're welcome.
If I may just quickly, since we're on the same topic here, EOC related. So yesterday, we talked about this being a full-time position, potentially $175,000. We talked about potentially that being provided by a police sergeant at an $11,000 bonus. Then there was some talk about this maybe going to a part-time position at $70,000. But I see here that you're looking for more time to see if you do feel that it believes, or that you believe that it should be a full-time or part-time. So is the potential for this to be a part-time position, is that off the table, or are you going to spend some more time?
No, yeah, in fact, so, I don't think, we have a firm, idea one way or the other. Different cities do different things. Obviously, some cities have chosen to hire a full-time person. One city, I think Yorba Linda was mentioned, hires a retired fire chief, I think, from somewhere, who does that on a part-time basis. So different cities do different things, and like I said, what we'd really like to do is, one of our thoughts was spend some time with OCFA and, understand with all of their contract cities, how do they operate with each one of them? Now, look, if we declare an EOC operation, more than likely, it's affecting a lot of cities all around us. And, great, we need somebody here quickly when we declare it, and we need somebody taking command and control, but I don't think any of the 7U are going to have much patience for me if I say, well, we're fighting over whether we have the right senior person coming here from Westminster or Seal Beach or Santa Ana or from wherever. You're going to be getting calls from constituents, and you're going to say, we need somebody in charge of this ASAP right now doing it. So those are kind of the things that we just need to think about.
Go ahead, Kim.
Finish my thought. I want rest of my colleagues to understand where Ann got that number, because I don't want it to be interpreted by you or by the public that this number was just thrown at will from somewhere completely made up. She asked Santa Ana, the city of Santa Ana, what they did after they went to OCFA, and they shared with her, they provided her the job description and the salary, and it was $175,000, which is where she got that number from. So I just wanted to point that out for everybody who hasn't, just because I've been involved from the very beginning heavily in all of these meetings, so I wanted to clarify that for everybody.
Thank you, Kim. You just answered my question.
Pat, you want to run with it?
Sure. Okay. Let's take a step back, because I think it is very important for the public to follow and understand the long process that we have been going through. That's why I would like to ask my colleagues, staff, and members of the public to be patient of what I would like to present. Starting in March, the council elect to voted to entertain the proposal from OCFA, March of 2018. And we've been having go through a very long process, with the last few major milestones be on Wednesday, August 28th. We have a study session that the Scott Stein have mentioned earlier. And then 1 month after that, we have which is on Wednesday, September 19, we have the first discussion between, a collaborative discussion between OCFA, the Firefighter Association, staff, and 3 of the council members, including Councilmember Kim Nguyen, Stephanie Koffenstein, and myself. And before that, some of us have the privilege of seeing some of the comments and questions or suggestions from the Firefighter Association in terms of the age area that we just heard our city manager and Mr. Eric Tony mentioned earlier. Now, the reason why a couple months ago I asked for apple and apple comparison is because during my 20 plus years as a management consultant for Fortune 1000 company, blending with them in difficult process, re-engineering operation, re-engineering this, I feel that the model that our finance department put together is kind of oversimplified and may have not be done at the level where it assesses the risk of either proposal whether we do in-house or we would do it would contract out to OCFA. With the lack of being thorough in terms of accessing every single situation, every stone that not being turned over, it is a major issue for the city council to have enough information and correct information to make the decision on. And that's why I asked for an apple and apple comparison. Apple and apple comparison doesn't mean comparing to the facility, the modern facility that OCFA have, or the humble facility that we have. That's not the intent. The intent of apple and apple comparison would be how do we deliver a quality services for our residents in terms of firefighting, in terms of paramedics request. And having experienced a few of my friends die because of a stroke, I realize how important it is to us. A lot of time we are busy, we take the air that we breathe for granted until the moment where some disaster strike our family. With the aging population that we have in Garden Grove, it become very important that paramedics have to respond as fast as they can. Now, my nephew in 2012, my nephew have a stroke, and he is only about a block and a half from the OCFA station on near Bonsai and Moran Street. He was lucky. He was rushed to the Fountain Valley Hospital in time. And he was lucky that he was treated by a good doctor. But it took him 2 years to recover. And as of today, his mental focus is still probably about 60, at most 70% of what it used to be. My other friends, and he was only at the early 40s, my other friends, a prominent lawyer in our community, at the age of 43, have a heart attack. Have a stroke. And his office at that time was on Hazard and Brookhurst, only a few blocks from station number 7 of our firefighter station. We came within about 4.5 minutes, yet he died, leaving behind 2 young children. It broke my heart. And as I contemplate on it, I couldn't help see that that as our population grow, it is utmost important that we maintain emergency services, 911 services at the best that we can for our residents. That's why I asked Chief Tom Souls, what does it take to maintain 6 minutes or less response time when someone calls 911? And the chief told me that it will cost us a lot more than what we used to do. Even maintain what we are currently have without population growth, the cost model that we have now will no longer be able to sustain it. And that is what I meant by an apple and apple comparison. So on the September 19th, as Kim, Stephanie, and I met with sit-in, we are not running the meeting. It's the meeting between OCFA, Firefighters Association, and staff to work out their difference. All three of us asked very challenging questions to both sides because we want to get down to the bottom of it. We want to have information so we can make an objective decision, not a subjective decision that based on our feeling or our interest, but more on an objective decision, and that decision has to be on how do we deliver quality services and what cost. What are the true cost difference between delivering that services between OCFA and do it in-house? And I tend to, I want to scrutinize the number that the Firefighter Association provide us, and we have. We also challenge staff number. For example, the number 3, the EOC. On Monday, because Kim was working and cannot be there, I would like to take this moment to brief, my colleagues, City Council on those areas that we discussed, so that we all be aware of, because we cannot discuss it in public. So I would like to take some time to go over that. The number 1, training additional for firefighter cost. It is very important that we understand the true cost of what that is. And that includes not only the time to send them to training, the cost of sending them to the school to do that, but also the time that it took them away from doing their duties. And so for that, I am asking staff to come back and give me the correct number. And we only ask the question from the policy perspective, and we leave it up to our Chief Tom Souls and our finance department to tell us whether it is crucial or not and at what cost it would be. We do not rely on the number or the input from the Firefighter Association. On the number 2, adding the additional reserve quint. Firefighter Association said that we must have a reserve. So we asked our chief, if we have a lot of new high-rise hotel with the addition of the Brookhurst senior project on Garden Grove and Brookhurst, which is a 7 or 8 story high, with the new hotel plan for Side C, Side B, and the new expansion of the Hyatt and the Marriott Hotel, all of which have 10 or more story. Is 2 quints enough, or do we have to have a reserve quint? Those are the questions that the chief have to let us know, because I do not know the operation of it. But I think the council need to ask that hard question and rely on the chief operational expertise to guide us, and then rely on Ann for the financial analysis. Same thing with the number 3, the EOC coordinator. We take a look at that and we ask a hard question such as, how come the chief be able to handle that job in addition to other duty? Then why do we have to have a full-time position? Those are the hard questions that we need to get to the bottom of it in order for us to have a realistic analysis and objective number. And I might not need to go on to others in order to save time for everyone, but it's very important that we need to ask those hard questions. Now, during the time of financial burden like this, we need to think outside of the box. And we need to make sure that we have an open mind and decide on this based on the merits of what do it take to deliver a necessary and good services for our residents, and then comparing the cost. It should not be dependent on this or on that, but it's just that mere objective analysis and decision. And with that, I think if you have any other question or any issue of those 8 items, I would be happy to provide of what we have discussed, the three of us, with those members. Before I close out, there's one other issue that I want to point out, which is not a part of this 8 or 9 issue. I have, over the past 2 months, I have consistently requested an answer or a various scenario analysis from our finance chief, Mr. Kingsley, and from our city manager in terms of the pension liability. We know that if we go to OCFA, the pension will be, our share of the pension liability will be kept from that day backward. Now, of course, whether it go up or down depend on 2 things. Number 1, depending on how many firefighters survive, how long will they survive, right? No one want to estimate that because no one want to estimate how soon someone will die. The second thing would be, will CalPERS raise or lower our rating? But one thing I know for sure, it have to be less than if we continue on with doing it in-house. But so that would be an unknown cost that we do not know how much more it will cost us. And I'm really concerned about this, and I really take this decision seriously, because 4 years from now, I do not want us sitting here and pull our hair out and say, gosh, it now costs us a lot more money doing it in-house. We should have go to OCFA. Or if 4 years from now, I said, gosh, we should not go to OCFA. We should do it in-house. I do not want the responsibility of that to be on my burden. I want to do the best so that even if it comes and I regret that, I have done all of my best. That's all.
You want to go, John? Go for it.
Sure, I'll go. I think it's good that we have this discussion to get it in public so everybody kind of knows where we're at. Obviously, everybody in this room has done their due diligence, and we've looked at every possible scenario, the Garden Grove plan, the OCFA plan. We've gone through the numbers multiple times. There's no doubt in my mind that the OCFA plan at this moment is a better plan, even at the additional cost. When you look at the value, there's no way that Garden Grove, even with the proposed plan, no offense to the chief, with the proposed plan for apples to apples, we could spend an additional $2 million on top of that and still not have the infrastructure and the people and the quality of service that the fire authority has. Now, I realize the emotional aspect of a 100-year-old fire department going to, losing the local control, so to speak. We're going to a contract. We're eliminating our future pension liability. That's a huge thing to consider. That's not something we take lightly. No pension liability moving forward. Obviously, we have to pay for the liability for everyone in the past that continues to move forward. But I think we're in the right mode here, discussion. We need to move forward and get through some of these smaller items that we need to put a value on it. And it's not a value of dollar for dollar. Hey, is it going to cost us $100,000 more per year to go to the county or stay with Garden Grove? I think you've really got to look at the total value of what we're getting. And anybody that's toured the OCFA site, like we all have, most of us in this room, you can't deny that thing. And what Mr. Bowie was saying was that we all up here want to make sure that we can provide the best possible service to the residents. That's what it's all about, at the best value. People throw out numbers of millions of dollars here and there, but it comes down to the value of the quality of what you're getting. So, you know, I'm in favor of moving this thing forward, whatever that looks like. We don't have to make a yes or no, I think, tonight on deciding yes or no we're going to the fire authority, but I think we need a yes to say that we're going to move forward and consider all these options, and that maybe at some point we have the city staff work out the smaller items, we prepare a final draft and come back, and maybe we do have a yes or vote eventually. I'm not sure if we can do it tonight, but I wanted to throw my opinion out there and so people know where I'm coming from. I've really studied this. I've looked at the numbers. For Garden Grove to get to the point of where the authority's bid is right now, there's no way we can get to there. And we certainly can't do it within the next couple of years. It's going to take a long time to get to that. And something else going forward, you know, if we do go to the authority, you know, 10 years we could possibly get out of it if we needed be, but I would say we should have a special vehicle fund, maybe half of what it would cost to, you know, restructure our infrastructure on our fire engine apparatus. We're still going to own the stations, but if we had to come back in 10 years, we should save about half of that much money that the total vehicles would cost somehow in a fund somewhere in case, you know, we want to get in a situation 10 years from now and we decide to pull out and we don't have any money in reserves to pay for the trucks. We do have money in reserves we could use as a one-time, but we should look ahead. If we do go to the authority, look ahead and start saving a little bit of that money. But I'm willing to keep discussing this tonight a little bit and hear what everybody has to say if anybody has anything else. Anybody?
What I heard the city manager talk about was analysis. We need further analysis. And there's a lot of details, a lot of questions I have still. I would be amenable if the sides could work out some understanding of some acceptance of what certain figures are, be on a level playing field here. But if need be, if we have to come to an independent, third-party, neutral study of bringing in some consultant to review these figures, to have a referee almost, to look at both sides and have a unbiased, third-party, neutral, objective viewpoint of the numbers, I would be considerate of that. I know it just keeps going back and forth. There's just too much of a gap right now to vote tonight, to say this is better, here's the pros and cons, here's the pros and cons, and so on. So we had an excellent presentation. So I hear what everybody's saying. I don't think tonight's the night. I like to go through what occurred at the last meeting yesterday and flush out, get those details to those questions and see how close we get to on numbers, because it may get down to intangibles. It may get down to quality of service. We hear about service insolvency. That's the key here, of the quality of service and the staffing levels and the time and everything like that. I don't think we're at a place right now to compare a true comparison of the figures to say this is better for the city versus going to the fire authority. So I tend to be cautious and go for more information, more research at this time.
I would just, to the council, I would just add, Councilman O'Neill, I agree with you. Some of these are smaller items, but some of these are still pretty big difference items that I think really we need to dig into that, and you have to be crystal clear and confident that those numbers are right going forward. So it's kind of a hodgepodge here, some things that are smaller, some things that are pretty major.
And that's why if I made some sort of motion, it wouldn't have to be motion or direction tonight. It's to have you go back and come back with the final draft as soon as it can possibly be done. Like Mr. Beard said, we need accurate value in these numbers, okay? There's a lot of numbers thrown out. There's a big, the unfunded liability numbers that the city gave are probably as accurate as they can be, but that's a pretty large number. Go back and look at that. But anyway, what my direction would be tonight was at least to keep working. Keep working and keep working diligently, so we're just not going back and forth. We want to keep moving forward.
Yeah, and the one thing probably everybody in this room would agree with is that, you know, we don't want to drag this on forever. I know the association certainly doesn't want to drag it on forever. You guys don't want to drag it on forever. You know, it's just, it's stressful to everybody. I know it's stressful to the firefighters. It's stressful to our office too, you know, dealing with all this. We're getting ready to go into our biennial budget year come November, after November 6th. I'm going to have some pretty important decisions to make in terms of our future biennial budget about, you know, are we going into the mode of some not good scenarios? Is there a little light where we think we can maybe do some things? But, so, you know, this next month and a half is going to be a pretty important time for the city. And so, you know, I think both sides, it's been interesting, have showed a little willingness to look at things differently. But we need to get at that, and maybe there's some conversations we need to have with OCFA too about, you know, their role in all of this, so.
Sure. Let's make this open discussion, for sure.
So we're sitting here and listening to the talk about we need more analysis of numbers. I'm going to be quite honest with you. We've analyzed the numbers enough. We've looked at them. Here's the fact. The facts are simple. And the city's numbers, why we may not agree with them completely, they are valid if we stayed exactly where we are without any contractual changes. The fact of the matter is, anything you seven do to fix the Garden Grove Fire Department and to address the issues that the fire chief stated we have with regards to recruitment and retention are going to cost you more money in the long run to keep the name Garden Grove on the door than just keep the OCFA insignia that says proudly serving the citizens of Garden Grove. We can go round and round for months on end. The fact is simple. To fix your problem, you have to either spend more money in-house and inherit more pension debt, or contract to the OCFA and get rid of that pension debt. And I'm going to tell you, you see these guys out here? We're done. We're done. A decision has got to be made. It cannot continue to go back and forth with the numbers. We are at a point, and the chief will agree with me, I believe, that this department their decision has to be made. If we're staying Garden Grove, we need to start promoting, we need to start hiring. If we're going to the OCFA, we need to start that process and get it going. This has gone on too long, and quite frankly, we've had enough.
Well, I don't want to take too much time of everybody. Just very brief. Where I stand is the quality of service, and no doubt OCFS has a very good quality of service. However, what we look at is we want to make sure we tailor all the numbers, especially Councilman Fatboy say, all the new project operation, what we need to require to have additional quant or not. Those are big factor in it. So those are the number that right now is hidden. It's not clearly defined, okay? So that is what we're concerned. That's where I stand. I'm not going to be able to make decision tonight because there's still few hidden factors that we're not listed.
Me?
Let me do one real quick.
Okay.
I just want to make kind of an icebreaker comment, and this is sort of intentionally cynical just to kind of draw attention to put yourself in our shoes and where we're at right now. So there's been a bunch of work done behind the scenes by all these different groups. And so what we know now is that the economic analysis shows that a decision to go to OCFA would result in somewhere between a $14,526,255 additional cost, or else a $10,593,646 savings over 10 years. So as decision makers, we want to thank you for all involved for helping narrow this down to a $25,119,901 difference in opinion. It's tough. And I say that jokingly. I don't mean to be a jerk. Big decisions with a lot of moving parts and a lot of variables and a lot of emotions, whatever, are always a sausage-making process. I think we've made the most progress we've made so far just yesterday in a 3-hour meeting that I was not privy to attend because we could only have, per Brannock, we could only have several council members there, and I deferred to some of my colleagues to do that. But from what I gathered out of that, this big difference in opinion, a lot of the variables have been conceded by both parties to resolve. The EOC was an example that was cited earlier. The original staff analysis said an EOC would be $175,000. The fire union said it should only be $11,000. Yesterday, it sounds like there was some agreement that both sides would concede to call it $70,000, right? Which would be an $105,000 per year over 10 years change to what the city had before. That wasn't reflected in the analysis today. There were, between the meeting that happened last week amongst the parties and between the meeting that happened yesterday, I believe we're making a lot of progress. We're heading there quickly. We've narrowed down to 8 or 9 variables that we agreed to need further analysis or need to be delved into further. Or maybe ultimately there's some of those variables that the parties just agree to disagree, right? And that's fair. We need that information. We need that narrowing process. And we're almost there. But honestly, I don't have it. Tonight I've got a $25 million difference in opinion over 10 years. And I think the answer is probably somewhere in between there. But it sounds like maybe 3 or 4 of those variables out of the 8 came to some kind of consensus yesterday, like the EOC, like a part-time extra mechanic, like whatever. So I, for one, would like to see those variables factored into an updated spreadsheet to narrow down, and then perhaps some kind of sensitivity analysis on the variables that are not agreed upon, or some of the things that maybe touch over into kind of a labor negotiations component, just to say, give us a sliding scale then of what it looks like at 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%, that sort of thing. But I think what I've heard from my colleagues is we want to be able to report out that we've done our due diligence and we've made a clear analysis of what this is about. For me, my criteria, and I think I've been clear in stating it in all my meetings over the last several months, is 3 criteria. One is quality of fire service for our residents, right? What's the comparison of stay versus go? I think our guys, our in-house department does a wonderful job with what they've got. I really am proud of the work that we do and always have been, and I think our residents acknowledge that too. But we always have that mantra of we're doing more with less, we're doing more with less. We get away with old trucks and old maintenance yards and old vehicles and yada, 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 right? You go by comparison and you take the tour at OCFA. Man, class act, clean rigs, new stuff. They've got whole departments for fire investigations, not do we or don't we have one dude, right? So, I mean, so to me, there's an argument that you would say OCFA is at least as good in terms of quality of service as what we're currently providing, right? The second big criteria for me is cost of services to the taxpayers. That's where I think we're at right now. And I don't think we have clarity on that. I wish we did. I think agendizing this thing tonight, and I think pushing for the meetings to say, let's get the parties to lock themselves in a room and agree on what they can and agree to disagree on what they can, has been very productive. So it's gotten us to a point where some of those variables that came out of yesterday's meeting could be factored into an updated Ann Eifert spreadsheet to say, now what does it look like if we call EOC 70 grand instead of 175 grand, if we factor in, some of these other variables that appear to be agreed upon. By the way, I got this at 6:30 tonight. First I've seen it, 6:30 tonight, and it's a loose comparison of the meeting yesterday, sort of a recap out of the meeting yesterday. First I've seen it. Did my own little numbers trying to figure out, okay, so that changes the spreadsheet by 105 grand a year. That changes the spreadsheet by whatever. I want to see the spreadsheet. I'd like to see that played out. I don't think we're there yet. So, and then by the way, so once we have a firm grasp on the economic analysis and we've narrowed down to, okay, now we're at this difference of opinion, what would it look like on a stay versus go, apples to apples decision looking forward? Then the next big thing to me is public sentiment. It's community engagement. I don't think we've done much of that yet. Most of this stuff has been in a vacuum. I know this is a public meeting. People are welcome to look, but I mean, I think it's, once we narrow it down to, this is our assessment of the quality comparison, this is our assessment of the economic comparison, what do y'all think, right? We haven't really done much of that yet. So I don't want to delay this either. We've got our police looking on this. We've got our fire guys very anxious to see us make a decision and move forward. I think everybody wants to move this along expeditiously. But I would also agree that there's some unanswered questions, and for me, I'm still in the economics, and I can't get to my third criteria until I get through the economics, and I think I've stated that clearly for the last 3 months in every single meeting I've been in.
I think, quickly, I think we just need to make mention of the fact that we may never get to that aha moment. We may never get to that point where there's this shining number and public perception is this and everything looks perfect on a piece of paper, and we have to know that that might happen. And second of all, I think that we just have to kind of at least look at a timeline and what that might be. And so I think that we've discussed this. I think we've heard sentiment from everybody and kind of the direction and how we're feeling. So then I think it comes down to next steps and where we're headed.
I think being in the center of this discussion between various parties, I think has been very productive. I realize that on Wednesday, September 19, we have the first collaborative meeting between the various groups, and come out of that, we saw the 8 area of suggestion of changes that firefighters would like to draw attention to staff. And then after that, Wednesday, Friday, and then which is only 2 days. And then on Monday at 1 p.m. we schedule a meeting. And when I heard that there is another meeting, I really understood, seeing that this coming to the City Council on Tuesday, I became very concerned that perhaps we will not have anything to discuss tonight. And so I asked our city manager to invite Kim, Stephanie, and I to be listening in, and perhaps give some mediation of discussion of these changes. And I feel that it's become very productive, because with the question from the council to zero in on the policy, and asking the chief to zero in on the operational needs, and finance to zero in on the cost, we were able to knock out at least half or more than half of the issue. With the city manager have to agree whether that is the correct policy or not. And then, for example, some people make a phone call or check on the internet to find out what Yorba Linda pay for an EOC coordinator is $45,000. And then Ann come back interjecting, saying that, yeah, but it's not just only EOC coordination effort. We also have to do a little bit of record retention and how many record retention we have, and so on. That's why the $45,000 get bumped to $70,000 to make room budget for other things. Those kind of things, I think, is very productive. We should have done this months ago, but let's forget it. Whatever done is done. Let's move quickly forward, because I believe I see the cooperation between finance, the chief, the association, in terms of zero in the difference, understand it, and then come to an agreement first on policy, then on operational need, then on finance cost. We are not far from getting there. I believe within the next, if we really driving this, by the end of next week, we should be able to close out most of those 8 or 9 items, and then present to the staff in form of a final spreadsheet that most people tentatively feel comfortable with. Then we take a look at that, discuss it, and take action if necessary. So if I may, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to continue with a fast track to have a meeting between the parties involved next week, and then agendize it to discuss and take action if we are ready.
I'd like to second that, and I'd like to make a few comments. At the end of the day, whatever we do, it comes down to people. So you can have bright, nice, shiny trucks, you can have the best equipment here and there, but it comes down to the people, the men and women of the fire department that show up at your door, whether that's Fire Authority or Garden Grove. I'm very concerned about the morale aspect, and you need the top quality people, recruitment, all these things they talked about. If you have someone on the job that isn't feel they're taken care of on their wages or the quality of their conditions, things like that, you're not getting, that person's mind is somewhere else maybe when they're showing up. No offense to anybody out there, I'm sure firefighters are doing a great job when they show up, but that plays in the mind. If our fire department's at number 11 right now, I want them to be at least number 5, and when I look at the county, I look at a great value in that resource. So it really does come back down to the people, because you can have as much equipment and infrastructure as you want, but if you don't have good quality people at your front doorstep saving your life, then it's for nothing. So I want to thank the association, Eric and Scott, and you guys. You were very eloquent in your presentation. So I think that helped us, get that word out to the public, whoever's watching, or they can come back to this video and at least get your point of view, because a lot of people ask us, hey, why are you getting rid of our Garden Grove Fire Department? Well, the firefighters themselves have come to us and asked for this bid. We didn't, they asked us to do this, and this is what they have to say. So now they can come back on record and listen to what you have to say. So I think that really needed to happen.
Right.
To be done, so.
Just a couple more comments. Our city is at a crossroad where we have to answer a lot of difficult challenges. Not just the firefighters services, police. Our police is facing another tremendous burden, and it is a lot more expensive to tackle, a lot more challenging to resolve. And on top of that, if the Measure O would pass, we have a lot of tasks on our hand to manage that additional fund. If it doesn't get passed, we have a big challenge in terms of fiscal responsibility that we have to address. So we have so many issues. On top of that, our chief already retired, and he agreed to stay on until the end of this year? Look what, it's only 3 months away. Are we waiting until the end of this year in order to start the recruitment process? We cannot. And how much it would cost for that recruitment process? All of that have not been factored into the cost of all of this analysis. And so I think it is very important for us to put this as priority task. Staff, I know you guys are extremely busy, but we cannot afford to delay it. We need to work hard, and we need to get to the bottom of this so that the council have the accurate and the proper information to make a decision.
Yeah, and Councilman and Mayor, all the council members, if I could just, I'm glad you mentioned the police department. Actually, one of my greatest fears, Mr. Mayor, you indicated we've got a big discrepancy. Obviously, we've done our analysis and we think there's a cost involved over 10 years. And the Fire Association has shown us some data that they think it could be a savings. My greatest fear, obviously, if it was a true savings over 10 years, it'd be a much easier decision for us. My greatest fear, though, is that if we made a decision to have them go, and then we find ourselves after November with some difficult financial decisions, and the savings didn't translate, now I'm looking at some serious challenges with trying to keep our police department together at a very difficult time for them as well. So, and, you know, that goes across, then take it into the Public Works Department, the Parks Department. So we've got an across-the-board challenge, and that's why I keep saying November is going to be so very important to us in terms of how I look in terms of putting our budget together in the coming years, in our next 2-year budget. So I'm glad you mentioned that, Councilman. I think it's an important point, and it's something that is keeping me up at night thinking about. So I appreciate your comments.
Sure.
Kim?
Just some last minute thoughts. You know, for me, I will speak personally and I'll be transparent. I think everyone in this room who's engaged with me knows that I am that way. This process has been pretty nasty. It has been hellish. We've all been stressed out about it. I know that I've spoken to 1 or 2 of my colleagues, and we've all just been in a conundrum from hearing different numbers multiple different times. Back in August or March, when OCFI presented, staff went back, did their analysis, and I can't remember, Ann, was it May, April, where you came back with your staff analysis? July 10th. Thank you. And at that meeting, I specifically requested, John, I think, said it best, you know, like I was looking at a savings and now I'm looking at a deficit here. We asked for everyone to come together, figure out those numbers, and come to consensus, whether you're going to agree to disagree or you're going to agree to agree. That did not happen. Then at the study session, the mayor asked for that. After I asked for it initially, didn't happen. Then last week, Fat mentioned it, Councilmember Bowie mentioned it, did not happen. And now here we are again. The numbers are not 25 million difference one way or the other. There's
It's on the tape.
Emotions are running high. People are frustrated. People are tired. We get that. We're tired. We're emotional. We're frustrated. We're getting yanked in multiple different directions. And I've used 2 analogies. One, I feel like the boyfriend paying for the sins of the ex-boyfriend. We are not the previous council. We're not the previous administration for the most part. And I will apologize to the fire department that we did not, in my first 2 years as a council member, did not put the fire as a priority. I didn't realize how good or bad things were, and until negotiations happened when OCFA was brought to the table did I realize how bad things were. I've done 2 ride-alongs with Garden Grove Fire Department. I've seen it for myself. But now I think we were in, you know, those of us who voted in favor of passing Measure O to go on the ballot, we all did that with the intent to create improvement moving forward. We realized that not just the fire department, not just the police department, Public Works, all the departments who have suffered 5% deficits or pulling away from their budget, everyone's facing the same problem. Public safety is a priority because we need people to put out fires, we need people to get medical attention, and we need people there to protect us if robberies are happening, people are getting shot at. You name it, we need that first and foremost, which is where our priority has been. And so the other one that I say is the association is here fighting for themselves, which rightfully they should be, that's their job. But I'm looking at it, that's just the right arm. That's one thing of the whole body that is Garden Grove. If we amputate the arm, we try to fix the broken arm, that's going to cause a ripple effect on every other thing. And we have other organs failing, other body parts that are deteriorating. This is an explosive decision that cannot be forced, cannot be rushed. Yes, we have the numbers, they're not going to change in people's opinions, but we're unclear as to what that number really is. There's a 25 million gap one way or the other. I'm not finished yet. And so I just want everyone to know this is your legacy as a fire department. This is our legacy as a city, as the advisory and oversight to the staff. We need to work better together to figure out what we're going to do, because one way or the other, OCFA or not, change has to come. And I think we're all in agreement that that is true. How we get there, TBD.
Sure.
Make a simple response.
Come on up.
I can make a simple response, Councilwoman Wind. Part of the problem is we were just recently invited to participate in the vetting of the numbers. That was a problem. And quite frankly, Ann's numbers are assuming that we stay contractually where we're at. What we're saying to you is to contractually bring us to we call it fifth in the county, the OCFA becomes more economical. So the point is simple. The numbers are never going to change unless you direct Ann to build in the assumptions of a 5% across the board raise and to build in the assumptions of removing the bottom two steps of paramedic and to build in the assumption on her grid that the EOC is $70,000 a year. If you direct finance to build those in, our numbers are going to look exactly the same and you're going to be heroes to the citizens of Garden Grove.
Ann,
Thank you.
what numbers did you put into your spreadsheet regarding increases in pay or what? Please clarify.
So the base year, the fiscal year 18-19, is, as I mentioned earlier, currently adopted budget. Fiscal year 19-20 and moving out for the next 9 years has either a 2.92% increase to labor across the board or a 4.5% increase in labor. Now, without going into negotiations, that 2.92 or that 4.5% can include raises. It can include any other additional benefits that you might have. It may include some potential increases in PERS if they were going to lower their discount rate or anything like that. So this model does show a 2.92% increase to labor or a 4.5% increase.
My council member, and that is where I have a major differences between finance analysis and my risk assessment. And model is based on the 18-19 budget. That's correct. But it does not include the potential raise that we are about to enter contract negotiation. That number is an assumption that their salary will be fixed at that 18-19 budget. But it is not, because we cannot talk about how much raise they will get because we not get into contract negotiation yet. But already we know that number is wrong because it is based on the baseline. That is not the realistic reflection of what their salary will be after we complete the contract negotiation. And so that's why I have a heartburn to compare that, because that's why I'm keep saying that we are comparing to the old financial model, even though it was budgeted for 18-19.
If I could just chime in. So what Ann is referencing is exactly what she should be referencing, which is what you approved in the 18-19 budget. That's what's in our budget right now. Now, I really, really do not want to get into the quasi-labor negotiations here. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen in November. So I would happen to guess that depending on what happens in November would change the way labor negotiations happen. So Ann is doing what she should be doing, is plugging in the number that's we approved in our 18-19 budget. That's what's there. So, we can kind of use some hypotheticals about what might happen or what could happen or what might not happen, but now we're kind of getting into some areas that probably are better left for the labor negotiators.
Well, and I agree with you, Scott, but when we assess a complex and difficult decision, we have to consider scenario, right? What if it is 0% increase? What if it is 1% increase? And what if it is 2, 3, 4, 5% increase? Which is the reasonable hypothetical analysis so we can understand the risk. Because if we just base on a fixed model, then we're lacking the risk assessment of the situation. And without the risk assessment, without asking those scenarios, our decision will may be blindsided by things that is beyond our control. So I think the council, and that's why I asked you many times, but I do not have but you keep insisting, refusing to give me the scenario. The city council need to have various scenarios so we can assess the risk and make the decision based on, what if. We cannot just base it on the fixed model.
I want to add to that real quick and just say, I think, I said facetiously earlier that we have a $25 million difference of opinion over 10 years, which is what was factually stated in the numbers I recited. One came from Ann, one came from Eric Thorson. That was 25 million difference and some change. But in honesty, I think we're a lot closer than that. I think that the results of this yellow sheet and the meeting that happened yesterday, when you take out, certain amounts, or you make adjustments for what was, for the items that were agreed upon. So there are 8 items of disagreement that came into the meeting yesterday. It sounds like 3 of those were agreed upon by some kind of consensus that, okay, EOC, we'll call it 70 grand. Boom, there's a bullet point, right? I think 3 of them are still open-ended per this yellow, still need some more analysis. And I think, a couple of the items are sensitive in the fact that they cross over into labor negotiations, touchy stuff, right? So I think those are the ones that, for what I think Fat was trying to describe. We should update the spreadsheet based on the ones we agree upon. We should finish the analysis to come up with some consensus on the other several variables that are still open-ended with that. And then with regard to the labor negotiations related items, we should have a sensitivity analysis in our decision tree analysis, right? Which says exactly what you said. 0%, 1%, 2%.
Right.
So we can get perspective on what's the stay versus go decision look like from an economic apples to apples comparison based on what we agree upon, and then with a decision tree analysis based on the variables that are still open-ended and would be left for policymaking.
The other thing that I would like to, it seems to me that we all are waiting for the November 6th. And I'm waiting for that as well, because if the November 6th come and we have a lot more revenue, it solves a lot of our problem. We don't have to deal with this. We could have a sigh of relief. The only challenge we have is how do we decide what that fund will be for, right? But we cannot hold our breath and waiting for the magic when and hopefully that the resident will pass the measure. We have to base on what we have now, and we don't have much more time. And I do certainly want to get to the bottom of this big item, so that I can focus on the work to satisfy the needs that our law enforcement are leaning on us. It's a big task, even much bigger than this issue that we're trying to address here. We have a tremendous of issue in front of us. Let me explain to you one of the issues that I have heard, and I want to stress that this is just some rumors related to a city close by. They just got $13 million of additional tax revenue over the past 2 years. And crime is still as bad as ever. And so some residents begin to ask, how come they got $13 million more and crime is still an issue? How come public safety hasn't been improved? The question is, well, my police department is on the bottom of the pay scale, and we have a problem in recruiting more law enforcement, good professional law enforcement. So I think it's very important that we pay attention to those things, because if we are failing behind, we will just end up like other cities that have high crime, no professional law enforcement or public safety, firefighters, paramedics. It's very important. It's not something that we should take lightly.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a question. So I made a comment about moving forward. It sounds like we want to expedite this as fast as we can, but we want to be comfortable and assure the figures that we get. And so I made mention of maybe seeking additional resources. Could that assist you in working out either validating numbers, having another party come in, or anything like that to assist you in this effort? Or would that be too cumbersome and too involved and slow down the process in your view?
Offhand, my sense is it would probably just slow us down a
Okay.
little bit. I'd like to take a stab. I like, some of the other comments that let's stay after this. Let's narrow in on some of the other items, spend some time. We may never agree exactly that with some of their numbers. And that just may be what it is. And then ultimately, it may come down to a decision of saying, some of you have said, look, OCFA is a bigger organization. They have more resources. We can't compare with OCFA. Huntington Beach can't. The city of Orange can't. None of the others, they're a much bigger organization. So, or do they have resources that we will, if we're trying to be in a race to try and provide everything that they provide, that won't ever happen. And so they have the opportunity to provide some resources. What I said also in a prior meeting, we've met with all of our other departments, and there were no real showstoppers to go to OCFA. But there was what we felt were some cost issues. So, it may come down to some cost issues versus some quality of service issues. And let me reiterate one more time. This is a very complex situation. It's a very complex transition. I know some people want to make it seem like it's easy. When we got the fire proposal, one of the things we'd spent a lot of time with every other department in the city. And we had multiple meetings going through all the things that affect their different departments. So there's 6 or 7 departments that are all affected by this. And so we spent a lot of time trying to make sure that there weren't any issues that if we just sent off to OCFA and then people said, wait a minute, what about all these issues with my department that were problems? So, a lot of work has gone into this. I can tell you that the Fire Association folks have spent untold hours with Ann working through all this. And I think, I'm not looking at them, but a couple of them behind me are probably agreeing with me when I say that. So they have put her through the paces of going through everything with her. And so, frankly, they've spent a lot of time. We've got, we saw the information from them pretty recently. So some of that's new information to us too. So could we have got to some of this sooner or later? We could have probably, who knows, but it's just it's not easy. So
I'd like to take an opportunity to air out one other frustration that I've had with this process, and this is kind of a jab at OCFA, frankly. I would like to see OCFA actually come to the table and be a part of this negotiation process. I brought that up before, and it was suggested to me that I'm looking at it wrong. It doesn't work that way. OCFA is just a cost recovery agency, and so that's why it's so black and white. That's why it comes across so take it or leave it. That's why they're not expressing any enthusiasm about whether they even care about whether we join or don't join and that sort of thing. And I would beg to differ. I would say the city is a cost recovery agency. The fire department is a cost recovery agency. OCFA is a cost recovery agency. And yet, when we want to try and work together and make something happen, we roll up our sleeves and we find creative ways to look at things differently and adjust variables and come to the table and roll up our sleeves and put in the time to try and show that we're trying to make an effort to work with each other. And my impression is that OCFA is sitting in the back corner of the room at every single meeting with their arms crossed, eating popcorn, watching this funny show. This funny negotiation between the city and its fire union, right? So there you go.
All right, I'll take a shot at that one. So we did all of our heavy lifting, lots of research, time and effort went into preparing the proposal. We put together the service model that we believe is needed to match your call demand and your risk profile. We attached what our cost to deliver that service is. There's not a profit margin built in. So if we had the ability to say, we're just going to cut that off, we'll just bypass that profit, we can lower the price, we would have done that already. We gave you what it costs us to deliver the service. We don't have the ability to lower that price arbitrarily. We can't compromise our service standards, so we're not folding our hands watching, we're certainly not eating popcorn. We would love to partner with you. We would love to have Garden Grove join. We think you're a good fit. We think we can benefit the city, and we think the city can benefit fitting well into our organization. Ultimately, you have to conclude that it's a good fit for you. We're not able to adjust the price. It's not because we don't want to partner with you. That's our cost of service. So, probably not the answer you want, but that's the truthful answer.
Well, it's not, but it's worrisome to me from a relationship standpoint. You know, this is what we're potentially stepping into, is in any variable that comes up in the future, you're going to say, sorry, take it or leave it, sorry, take it or leave it.
Well, in the future, you
Sorry,
have a seat on the
we
board,
don't-
so you get to help determine what our future cost of service is by
Right, but that's
your
diluted.
participation.
That's diluted, and frankly, it comes down to just the attitude, the propensity to show, you know, that we'll roll up our sleeves and work together and work through things and try and find solutions that work for both, and I haven't felt that yet. So I felt take it or leave it, take it or leave it, take it or leave it
Yeah.
so far. And I feel that you guys have more ability to actually help us work through some of these variables that we're struggling with and actually be a part of those discussions and try and help us think it. I mean, what I'm kind of hearing is go to OCFA would be better quality service than what we're currently getting. What if we wanted to start out with just equal service? What if, isn't there propensity there then to change some variables and help us take some cost differential out of this 25 million over 10 years? Because frankly, if it's anywhere close to what staff says the numbers are, then how do I report that out to the residents of Garden Grove with a straight face about why we went just because you guys have pretty shiny trucks? And, you know, and I'm not saying it is. I can identify a number of key variables that I think city staff has dug their heels in on too much and that I tend to agree with. Some, yeah, go ahead.
You know, I echo the similar sentiment with the mayor. Part of the, you know, when I look at this, everything that we do, there will always be, you know, a pros and a cons, right? And part of the thing that always be in the back of my mind concerning me is losing control. If you do it in-house, the city council have 100% control. We have 100% control of the destiny or the operation of our services. Going to OCFA, there is one downside that making me really nervous, that even though we have one member sitting in the board and cast a vote and shape the direction of OCFA, but we are one of the 24 members vote. So we are 1 in 24 votes. Now, so when it comes to our destiny, that directly related to the issue of Garden Grove, we have to convince at least half of the other board member of OCFA in order to, you know, make them understand our needs, our concern, and have them agree with us. That's a very daunting task of whoever represent Garden Grove on that board. And that is always my concern. So when you say that we have control, yes and no. We only a small part of that controlling board.
Well, you'd be entering into a regional system. So there's a standard, there's one standard for the entire region, and that's important because think of if you join, you're part of OCFA now, and now a neighboring city says they want to reduce service. Our resources are going seamlessly across borders. So would you want all of a sudden your resources to get sucked into another city because they were looking to lower the service? So we do have to look at it from a regional perspective, and you would participate on that board as a regional member and weigh in on those decisions. What I can tell you as far as your control, you can talk to our other contract cities. You don't see OCFA forcing contract position increases on you, staffing increases. You vote on salary and benefit changes. Where you would potentially have an issue is if you were looking to reduce your service in your city. We would analyze that. We would look at opportunities, see if there's any changes in call volume, risk profile. We have done that before in the city of Stanton. Our board was very supportive of it, but it had to be justified based on what we were showing as service needs in the city. Like I said, if it's gonna be at the detriment of the areas around you that we're serving as part of the regional system, then that's where you're gonna have some potential work to do with the board, but that's because it's in the interest of serving your city. So. Sure. Others? Still here?
I mean, so we have talked to some of our neighboring contract
Sure.
cities, and we've picked up some just interesting little data points, like if we join, it somehow saves one of our neighboring contract cities some money. They lobbying us that they think we should join because it would be good for them. So why is that variable in play, and why, it's complicated, so we don't understand exactly how you look at things, but I just think you've got more capacity to be more creative, to be more flexible, to try and help actually be a part of crafting a solution here that could bring us in, that could work, that could make our fire union happy to be able to go to all that kind of stuff. And I don't feel like you guys are at the table, you're take it or leave it. And I could only assume that if we did join, that's the attitude we would get for the next 10
Well,
years.
I can tell you, when we did the service proposal, we didn't start high. We tried to identify every bit of savings that we could deliver to you in our initial service proposal. So we didn't come in with multiple proposals. You might look at some of our older proposals, like in the city of Brea, we had a few different options. We didn't do that. We didn't come in high with the ability to drop down lower. We came in with the very best proposal that we could on day one. So I offer my apologies if it appears that means that we're not working with you and willing to try and roll up our sleeves. We really did all that before we ever put numbers in front of you. We gave you the best that we had to offer. So we do stand behind that.
So
I'd like to add in, so I agree with the sentiment from the mayor in that, like, I wish there was a way for you to be more involved and help us, but I also understand that it's our fight to fight, internally, externally, with our residents, however it goes down. You've done your part, you did your numbers and your analysis prior to coming and showing it to us. When we asked that, the same of our staff in our association, we didn't get it. And it's a little disappointing, and that although I wish your involvement was more, I realize that you've already done your part and given us what you can. And past that point, it's our decision to go to you or not. And I do appreciate that you guys have been here every meeting, sat through all our other stuff, whether it was karaoke bars or bus benches or whatever else was on the agenda, and you've waited patiently every time, and anytime I've asked of you to come up here and answer my questions, whether ridiculous or not, you have, both of you, whoever else you bring with you. So there is an appreciation for that. And outside ad hoc meetings, study sessions, you all have been present and more than willing to help. You've accommodated tours, anything else that you accommodated my ride-along with Santa Ana Battalion Chief. I don't remember his title, but you all helped me with that too. So content in that regard, but I do wish, I just think we're struggling here, and it may not be your place to do so, but I understand the desire for that additional, like, when we come, if we come, this is what the relationship is going to be like, because we're not getting that right now, which also kind of adds to our, like, weariness of the whole situation.
Just want to echo to that as well. I think it's the process. Treat us as a baby who learned how to walk. Held our hand and show us walk one step at a time. I think that's the whole process that we're looking for. And I feel the same thing, is a sentiment that's not there. So, that's 2 cents.
Well, we ready for a vote? We have a motion and we have.
And say, Lori, Mr. Mayor, so, there's, other things, if there's things like that are creative, that are different, it's a 10-year term. Have you ever done any longer terms? Things like that. I'm not, my expectation is that if we were to join, make the move to OCFA, I think the understanding from our community is we're never going back to Garden Grove Fire. That's not happening. But do you ever do longer terms with cities? Your model is always 10 years, but do you do longer terms? These are, I'm just trying to think of creative ways that maybe along the lines of the mayor that maybe we're not thinking about. Maybe there's some creative things that you have that that this group up here might be amenable to. I mean, I don't know, I'm just talking out loud. So that's all it's maybe along the lines, Mr. Mayor, of some of the things you're thinking about
I wasn't particularly thinking about term, but I was thinking about more variables within the deployment model. I mean, move a station 5 feet over and call it in Stanton or Westminster instead of Garden Grove, and then rerun the numbers, right?
I think all I can offer at this point is perhaps a check-in with our board of directors along the lines of what you just asked for. I wouldn't be at the liberty to be able to do that. They've authorized the proposal in front of us. To a certain extent, I would say there's a possibility that their hands would be tied on things like that are dictated by the Joint Powers Agreement, but.
We don't know, so.
Thank you.
Okay. You get the Westminster. Okay. Yes, you had a comment about the Westminster and that you were being lobbied by some of them because of savings. So
I didn't say Westminster, but thanks for
actually,
clarifying.
well, no, let's just talk about it. So there's the unit that would be shared with Westminster. It's a current unit. It's in Westminster that they can't not have that truck. That truck is required for their service. But there's some capacity that gives us the ability to move it over to the Garden Grove station and make it a cost share. So that gives us the ability to offer you that truck at a lower price. If we didn't have that capacity in the system and we had to put a whole truck into service to serve your city, you would actually be looking at a higher
So
cost
that's
proposal.
creative. Keep up the good
so
work.
those are the things that are already woven into the proposal. That's how we tried to turn over every stone that we could to see how can we leverage what we already have to offer you a lower price.
I think it's those nuances, right? Because you prepared it and you showed it to us, but we were not part of that.
Right.
Well, this is the creative thing that we did to provide you this, and I think that's what's lacking because it seems really cold and like, there you go.
In the initial development of the proposal, it was to get Garden Grove the best price that we can while providing responsible fire service. And that shared truck was the benefit to both Westminster and Garden Grove. So that was at the very development of the proposal.
I just want to point, I'm not questioning that part of it, right? So I agree you provided the best possible option for us that benefits not just us, but the surrounding cities because we are in the middle of a lot of your service cities. But again, it's the nuances of knowing how you got there that it just seems like a cold drop-off. Like, here's your destination to pick up whatever your package is, and we drove by, got it, and now we're like, okay, we didn't get to see anybody or meet anyone, and it's just, you know?
I think, should we go back to the focus of?
Yeah.
I think we.
Okay,
is
thank
it-
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One point I wanted to make, it's not directed to the fire authority. In general, how I look at this right now, there was mention about what happens in November. I don't really look at it that way. Obviously, if that measure passed, make it a lot easier on everybody in this room. But I have to look at it like, after November 6th, we're going to have a quality fire department in Garden Grove somehow, some way, and we're going to pay for it, right? So we need to educate our public that, we're spending $26 million a year on fire services. We want to get the best value. Whatever happens to a measure here or there, yeah, we're going to have to take a hard look if the measure doesn't pass or pass, but I kind of leave that out. We're going to have a quality fire department in Garden Grove. It's not the end of the world. We will continue on, but we're dealing with some hard times right now with the 5% across the board cuts in all the departments, unfunded liability, continuing to go on if we stay here. There's a lot of things that I want the public to be educated on. That's why I'm directing them to this video on both presentations. So when they come to us and they don't know all the facts, we have to educate them in that. But if we can educate them now and they can understand why we're making all these decisions. But at the end of the day, whatever happens, we're still going to have a fire department, quality fire department in Garden Grove. But we need a happy crew is a productive crew. If we don't have the right people on the job that are happy to go to work every day and we don't have the right people there, if we're paying them 10th or 12th and we're supposed to be at 5th, we're not going to have a quality fire department.
And to add to that, though, but whose fault is that?
No, it's nobody's fault.
No, it's our fault.
Well-
Maybe not yours and mine specifically, but the city, the administration, the previous council, it's our fault that we're at this point. We now have this problem to deal with that's been a 60-year-long reason as to how we got here. But does that mean we have to go buy the name brand, or can I get the surplus off-brand that's at Fashion Q versus going to Nordstrom and charging it on my car? If I'm broke, I'm going to Fashion Q. If I have a surplus of money that I don't know what to do with, I'm going to go to Nordstrom and buy a name brand purse or whatever, right? So it's being creative to find the best solution. I'm not, one way or the other, if we stay Garden Grove, can we provide at least what OCFA is saying? Not all the added whistles and bells, but to the point where our residents are going to get quality service of care, or can we not? To me, that answer has not been made very clear on a cost and a quality point, because Chief Schultz presented his version of what we could do, and the times are the same. So to that, the time, the arrival of people, the service, it's the same. So I'm not understanding where that line is drawn in the sand as to why the Garden Grove future model can't work. And I think that's the answer I need whenever you want me to make that decision for you. I need to know what that line is, one way or the other. But again, regardless if we go CFA, regardless if we stay here, change has to come for the fire department. I've said it earlier. I apologize that you have not been my priority in my first 2 years. I apologize that at 60 years, this is where we're at. That was out of my control. Now it's in my control. Now it's on right in front of my face, and I'm looking at it, and I'm trying to solve that. So what I need is for everyone to be good stewards of their responsibility, whether it's finance of the city, whether it's the quality of service being given to the residents, whether it's our expectation, the expectation on us from our residents. We all have to be really good stewards of that and understand that this isn't just free money that we have. My resident came earlier and complained about the sales tax increase. I haven't done my job to clearly educate the rest of my district as to why we need that sales tax measure. Everyone thinks Garden Grove is doing fine, we're hunky-dory, they don't understand why we need this money, which is what I had stated previously when we had this discussion, that an accurate depiction of what is happening in the city needs to be provided to the residents, because they don't seem to get it. They don't seem to understand what level of despair or not despair we're in. And until that, all of these different pieces of the musical symphony are put into play, the music isn't going to sound good. And the music needs to sound good.
Okay, here's the truth, I guess. We're here together. I mean, we all take responsibility to serve the people, right? Firefighters, police, you are right hand and left hand of the city. And what we want to look at, we work together. By November, Measure O is the one for all of you, for the whole city, not just for any component. That's what we're looking for. Measure O passed, we have extra money, we have funding, we're gonna improve fire department, either OCFA or Garden Grove Fire Department. But our mission is to have a better quality service to serve the people of Garden Grove. That's our mission. And we take ownership of that. Because we up here work for the people as well. We're not here for ourselves. We not make decisions for ourselves. We're here to make decisions what's best for Garden Grove. We want to hear from the people input as well. And reality is, do we have the money for that? 2 years from now, 3 years from now, then what? We look back, we're like, did we make the right decision? Or did we just shoot ourselves? But firefighters and the police, you are right hand and the left hand for City of Garden Grove. We cannot function without one or the other.
My thought is, just like Councilman John O'Neill have mentioned earlier, we cannot bank our future on something that may or may not happen come November 6th. If we keep assuming that we have to plan for it, and if it passes, then good. We have the money. We can do whatever we need to do to serve our resident. the war doesn't resolve around what may or may not happen, of what we have now today. And the issue is whether Measure O pass or does not pass. We have a big problem at hand, which is our current firefighters model is not going to address the need of the resident in this city. And I do not want it to be delayed even a single day, because any given day there are people who are in need for paramedics, for medical services, for firefighters. Just last week, we had a fire on Chapman, not so far from your house, that have 2 people die. The longer that we wait with the aging seniors, the more our residents will be at risk. And so it is our responsibility to address it. The sooner is the better. Now, obviously, I'm not going to vote yes on something that is going to cost the city another $10 million. That is very irresponsible. And that's why I've been pushing staff very hard to get to the bottom of the difference between the 40 million deficit and the 10 million plus saving. So it is our responsibility to have those things answered, so that when we have that agreed on by various parties, by the Firefighter Association, by staff, by OCFA, then we will be able to make the decision. And I think it is our responsibility to push this thing aggressively, so that we have time to focus on other urgent issues that are looming at the horizon. The fire chief already retired, and I said it again, he's only be here until the end of this year. We cannot wait until the end of this year and start the hiring process. I do not remember the last time when we have to get the chief ballot go, and we have to start the recruiting for our fire chief, Tom Shaw. How long does it take? How much money does it cost? Have we encountered that into the cost of doing it in-house? No, we have not. So I think with that, I think we have discussed long enough, and I agree with my colleague that you guys are not ready today. So let's suit, and I have made the motion that to direct staff to work very hard and put this a top priority, to have collaborative, session with every party involved to get to the bottom of this 9 question, and then present to the city council a comprehensive spreadsheet analysis. And of course, we will never be able to agree 100%, but at least we have to be on the consensus, so that the council have enough information, have the various scenario analysis, hypotheticals, so that we can determine the risk and make the decision. My mentor, business mentor, told me, fast, as a CEO, sometimes you have to make decision, climbing out to a tree, and be afraid that you may fall down. But a lot of time you do not have the luxury to have all of the information to make the decision. You have to do risk assessment based on what you have, look closely at hypothetical analysis, and do the best you can, and hope that you make the right decision. You cannot wait until you have the perfect answer to make the decision. And therefore, I would like to make the motion, and if someone would first to do that, and then to agendize this item for the following council meeting, for us to continue the discussion, and if we can close the gap, then we'll take action to vote on that day.
If I can just quickly, when we had this meeting the other day, and this was kind of, these 9 points, 8 points, whatever were brought up, I think I had asked for like a side-by-side, and I think that this is one of the best ways to logically present this information. I think when you have this level, and we're trying to move this and expedite this, and we want to make sure we have hard numbers, hard data, hard facts, I just want to make sure that we continue to present this. If this is what's happening this evening, and we still need more numbers and so forth, then please keep it like this, because it gets to be a bit overwhelming, and I want to make sure that this is clear for us, so that we're not coming back again and going, well, you know, I couldn't really sift through this and figure out where we were on this number, and for the public as well. That they can
I want
understand.
to add to that and just say that this document indicates that certain variables have been loosely agreed upon by consensus. And yet we don't have an updated. Yeah, I'd like to
was
see
here.
Ann's spreadsheet, starting with the 14 million, 0.5, whatever, over 10 years thing, factoring in these variables one by one, like the fire guys did when they came up on their spreadsheet. I'd like to see her run that same analysis and plug some of these variables that are agreed upon. And let's get to conclusions on the ones that we haven't agreed upon yet, and narrow down to just the probably 2 variables that staff can't touch because they cross over into labor negotiations, and then give us sensitivity analysis on those so that we can have the data we need to be able to make an informed decision from an economic standpoint. Please, do.
And also, can we have a little earlier, not at 6:30, to look
Yeah,
at it
right.
and discuss right
Yeah.
away? And we try to sit there and try to punch in the number ourselves.
Yeah,
We finished this about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
I understand. We're making progress, but,
Improvement.
yeah.
So we call the vote?
What's the motion exactly?
The motion is to direct staff to take this as the top priority and hold a couple collaborative sessions between the party to zero in on this 8 area, and that we agendize this item for the following city council for discussion and possible for a vote.
And I seconded that.
You ready for a vote?
Call the vote?
Okay.
You gotta switch your screen.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay, moving right along. We're still under matters. Any matters from council members? Don't feel you have to.
I'll make it real quick. I want to send my appreciations to the fire department. I had a medical emergency in my household on Labor Day, and they responded admirably, exemplary. My wife had a medical situation, and I know down the road, whether it's Garden Grove fire in-house or Garden Grove on the fire engine operating through the fire authority, that's the quality of service I hope every citizen receives in that kind of emergency situation. Again, I want to thank the fire department for their invaluable assistance on that day. That's it.
I'll make it real quick, too. And since we're talking about firemen, thank you very much for responding to that fire in District 2. Unfortunately, 2 people died in that, and there's still an ongoing investigation to find out the cause and exactly who those people were. But our thoughts and prayers are with them, but thank you for, I went in there right after the fire the next morning and checked it out, and so thank you for responding so quickly. We're doing everything we can. I just wanted to let my colleagues know that I did meet with Mr. Craig Durfee. I did receive a lot of information from him. I'm going to go over that, maybe go over it with staff, get it back to you guys, see if there's anything we can come up with on all sorts of ranges from the things that he spoke about, and I'll get back to you on that. And then one last thing, I got to put my plug in for the Garden Grove Women's Civic Club of Garden Grove. Their Christmas boutique is in October 27th on Saturday from 9 to 3, and if you'd like to buy a table or a booth or just come out, it's free. The booth might cost you a little money, but anyway, contact the Women's Club and they can set you up with that. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to John Montages and staff from the rec and park departments, especially the staff from the Atlantis Parks Play Center over the weekend. We have very successful event, the Mid-Autumn Children Festival. We have about more than 4,000 people show up. We have about 40 booths and a lot of big corporation sponsors. And thank you to all my colleagues come and support. So that's a great event, and hopefully we're looking forward for next year as well. Also, I want to say happy birthday to my son. I actually miss his birthday right now, so happy birthday.
I just want to thank staff, the Fire Association, the Police Association, the people in the other room during these meetings, OCFA, for bearing with us through this process because it's not an easy one. There's a lot of moving pieces. We've understood that the past 2 years we've had to do some major cuts to some really great services that we provide to our residents, cutting out a lot of the fluff and the fun and making sure that the crucial things remain, and that has not been an easy decision to put forth. Times are tough, and we're just really appreciative of the dedication and the passion that the staff, all of the staff throughout the city of Garden Grove have, and their compassion and devotion to us to know that we're all in this together, we're working it out, we're trying our best, we're trying to get creative and innovative on the things that we're doing, and just thank you for all that you do.
Yeah, I would ditto that. That's very, very true. And I want to congratulate Tuha on the Mid-Autumn Children's Festival. It's just a beautiful event. It's really fun for the community and for the children. And so very well done there. And then I just wanted to make a kind of a random comment about the vector control stuff. So I had a few people call vector control because they had mosquitoes on their property, the day-biting mosquitoes that were biting them. And they called vector control out, and they had assumed that if they called vector control out for an appointment, that vector control would actually spray for mosquitoes on their property. And really what they're doing is they're providing outreach and education when they come to your home. They're going to show you where the mosquitoes are. They're going to tell you what you should do. They're going to help you with that process around your home, but they're actually not going to come out and spray a single residence. But they might give you ideas of things you could go pick up at Home Depot to help mitigate the problem. So I had a few people call and were either concerned or happy about that or whatever. So just some happy-go-lucky clarification from your friendly vector control lady. Thank you. I'm on it, 24/7.
So it's my turn now?
Yep.
I have to complain.
What?
Well, I already got the education on what to do with the mosquito and this and that. Empty your bucket, don't make sure there's no standing water. I've done all of that, and I still have mosquito in my yard. And once a while, it get into my house and bite me, and it's very itchy.
They're horrible. No, the day-biting mosquitoes will bite
but
you anytime.
my complaint is I communicate that to my vector control representative. She advised me to contact the vector control.
Because they might have some ideas of
But
what
they're
you
not
can
going to do anything. All they do
They're
is
not
just...
gonna spray, but they're going to tell you what you can use to spray with. So they're going to make you do
I'm
it.
just make a hot type for you because I want to light up the tense discussion.
I'm not going to.
Anyway, I just would like to commend staff and the OCFA for your patience, especially when I come really hard on the O side, pressing the the Firefighter Association and pressing Ann from the Finance Department and pressing the Chief Tom Shaw and of course my favorite city manager. It's a like you said, Scott, it's a complex situation, and I need to make sure that that I have the right data to make a decision that I will not blame myself for. And it's not easy. One thing I want to be sure, and that's why I ask very hard question. I press everyone, but I do appreciate every one of you for your work on this, including the chief and everyone else. It is important for me because, like I mentioned, it is something that we cannot take lightly. And whether we stay or whether we move to OCFA, I do not want it to be a burden for other agency, for other department in our city, because my job is to serve everyone. I cannot sacrifice one for the benefit of the other. And that's why I'm asking this you guys very tough question, and sometimes seem to be, jumping all over. If I appear like that, please accept my sincere apology, and maybe we can go out for a beer.
Scott?
No items, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I want to close, we'll adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of a community icon, Jack Whalen, who sadly passed away last Friday, September 21st. For the past 60 years, Jack served as a board member for the Garden Grove Strawberry Festival Association. He was the driving force behind the annual Garden Grove Strawberry Festival, where he volunteered hundreds of hours to help plan and coordinate the festival. Jack's community engagement earned him the title of Grand Marshal of the Garden Grove Strawberry Festival Parade in 2008 and then again this year in 2018. His dedication to the community earned him many accolades, including Garden Grove Chamber Man of the Year and Cypress College Americana Citizen of the Year. Jack also helped design and build the iconic Atlantis Play Center, which has been a central part of Garden Grove's community for over 50 years. Jack is survived by his wife, Marge, 5 children, 10 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. The city expresses heartfelt condolences to his family and deepest appreciation for the many wonderful moments and memories Jack Whalen leaves behind. And I will add that I'm saddened that we were not able to get his bronze bust sculpture done in time. I'm thrilled that he was able to be here to see the item and to know that we were doing it. And we were all racing behind the scenes trying to get the artistic side of it done, trying to get bids from places that could bronze it for us, trying to get the location and the foundations and all the public works related stuff set up. There's been a whole bunch of people working on that behind the scenes. It will still be a wonderful celebration of his life when it comes about later this year, but we didn't quite get across that finish line. However, I'm glad that he got to see it, and we do have pictures of him holding the little sample sculpture and with a smile on his face, and so he saw it, he knows it's coming, so I'm happy for that. Anyways, and we'll close in his memory.